Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Superior Adventurers Guild. My name is Dave, your humble dungeon master and host for Greyhawk Con, the Dead of the Howling Hills. Look, I'm super excited to be here. I get to play Dungeons and Dragons with some great people today. Thank you so much for the raid, Anna B. Meyer. I was checking out your stream and it looked fantastic. So, wow. Thank you so much for being here. Again, the Superior Adventurers Guild. My name's Dave. I want to introduce you to some of my friends here that we're playing in this game, The Dead of the Howling Hills. Let's say hi to them right now. Hey, guys.
Hey, Dave.
Good to see you all. Thank you all for joining me. Now, folks who are just jumping in here from the raid and other places, you'll probably recognize some of these extremely famous streamers, people with a wealth of streaming experience in various formats, people that I've played with. We're gonna go ahead and get to meet each one of these people right about now. So I'd like to start, if I can, with Scott, Wily Hobbit. If you could just introduce yourself, tell us where we can find you on the interwebs, and tell us just a little bit, just give us a little nugget about who you're playing tonight.
Great. Yes. So I'm Scott, Wily Hobbit, known online, and I do have a stream that we play every other Sunday. We play Greyhawk, and several of these guys are in my game. Dave and Bob and Tim and Chris, and gosh, we had Rob. You were in our original Greyhawk stream once upon a time with some folks, so that was pretty cool. But really glad to be here. Also, co-host a Greyhawk podcast with Mateus, Greycast. Very into that right now. Very fun thing to do. You can follow that on Twitter at Greycast576. And I'm really excited to sit and play D&D with some awesome friends and be a part of Virtual Greyhawk Con again this year. So super stoked. And I'm going to be playing Quintrell Whitcomb. He is a rogue, and he comes from the south, free city of Greyhawk. He's followed a couple of caravans up here, just doing some trading and things. And so that's what we know.
Awesome. Scott, thank you for being here. I just want to say thank you for connecting me with the rest of these guys at some level with the game that we've been playing over on your channel every other Sunday. That's been a pleasure, and it's been really great to get to know some of these folks. That's how we build community. So Thank you so much. Yep. Let's jump over to Bob.
Dave, thanks. Appreciate it. Bob, Docshoulder on Discord. And I, again, am thankful to be here and lucky enough to play with Dave and Tim and Chris and Scott every other Sunday. Don't forget Carl. I'm not going to forget our
Carl
wizard.
Who?
And I also am lucky to play every Friday with Phantom on Friday Night Crusades, playing Castles and Crusades. So all these people are people that I get to hang out with pretty much every week or every other week. I am playing Balfor Luckyrock. He's a half-elf druid who is Circle of Wildfire. And he, like some of my other characters, has his own personal issues that he's dealing with. And so we're going to bring that into this game as well. So it'll be good to explore what his new issues are as a half-elf.
Thank you, Bob. It's great to have you in a game. Let's jump over to Tim.
Hey, everybody. I'm Tim, also known as Enoch on the Discords and Twitches of the world. Yeah, I'm going to be playing a Wolf Nomad Ranger for this one shot. Looking forward to it. I've never played either of those things. So, yeah, excited. You can find me on Instagram. I think Dave has a link for me where you can see I make things and I do things.
Well, we're glad that you're doing this, Tim, today. So thanks for being here. And I just want to, before we move on to Chris, I want to say thanks to everybody who's just followed us, all the new followers, people who are getting us in these hype trains. Holy shit! Thank you very much. Let's jump over to Chris.
Hey everybody, I'm Chris, WikiVA on Discord and Twitch. If after you view this, if you say, "Wow, I really have to see Chris play more D&D," you've got bigger problems. No, the place you can find me is on Wily Hobbit's Discord channel every other Sunday, as he mentioned, and as everyone has said, I play with most of these guys in that game, and it's been a lot of fun. I love the work that you're doing, Dave, with Superior Adventures Guild. I don't. It's not even fair to call it work, but I love what you're doing with Superior Adventures Guild, you and everyone involved. And I've been really looking forward to playing a game here. So thank you for including me. Today I am playing Brother Aerolith, who is a elvish monk of the open hand. He's a follower of Rao, god of peace. And so he is coming to this land to bring peace to the entire area.
Wow, that is a lofty goal for the young monk. I'm excited to see how this goes.
It'll be fine.
It'll be great. Chris, thank you so much for being here. Very, very happy to have you. What could possibly go wrong? And last but not least, Rob, welcome, my friend. Welcome back.
Thank you, David. It's great to be here. So yeah, I'm Rob, Phantom NJ on Twitch and in every single Discord you can name. If I'm not there, throw me an invite. I am sure that I will join. I'm Phantom NJ _D&D on Twitter. You can find me Thursday nights. I've been trying to stream on Thursday nights. I've got some stuff in the works in terms of campaigns and other games to be running. One of which I will be announcing shortly after the con, now that I've finally gotten the form together for it. You can also find me on Wednesdays on Blue Box RPG, co-hosting War Masters Arcanum, where we talk about anything and everything, just not this week because we all need a break after this con. And on Friday nights, as Bob mentioned, I run on the Blue Box RPG Discord, I run Friday Night Crusades, a very open, very casual, come as you are, come when you can, leave when you have to. Just create a character, show up in Discord at 8 p.m. Eastern, and you'll go. I will take all of you. All of you. I've taken as many as 11. I will just keep taking more.
What's the maximum you can physically do?
It's all theater of the mind, so all of them.
Wow. Okay. Well, there's the challenge, folks. Head on over to the Blue Box Discord and join that game. We'll see if we can max that thing out and make Rob's head explode. Thanks, Rob, for being here, man. It's great to have you back. It was fun playing with you a couple of months ago in our Viking Death Squad game, and it's great to have you back for some more fun. Thanks again for everybody. I wanted folks to know a couple of quick things. We are very lucky to have Trollord Games donating a couple of $10 gift codes that we will give away during the or right after the break. Hopefully some of my players here will help me remember to do that. But if you want to get in on that drawing, !troll, !troll to get in on that sweet Trollord Games loot. I'll put a little link to their online store as well in the chat. Please check that out. Really grateful to all the folks that have organized this event, especially Jay, Lord Gazumba. A big shout out to you, sir, for making all of this happen. Really do appreciate what you've done for the community. Thanks to Anna for inspiring me with maps that you have made. I really do appreciate that as well. Please, if you dig the game that we have going on today, we have a Tuesday night Greyhawk game called Heroes of Greyhawk that we just started up with our first session on the road to Hamlet. So maybe you know where this is going. And that's every Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. Central. Follow the channel. We'd love to see you in the chat. So appreciate y'all being here. We will take a little break about halfway through the game, fellas. So keep that in mind. There is an opportunity for folks that are watching. If they cheer 100 bits, they can donate an advantage to one of the players. So I encourage you to do so if you want to get involved and influence the game. I'm hoping that the players can help perhaps keep track of that, because that could be difficult for me to keep track of while we're moving through this today. I think that's it, you guys. I want to thank our stream sponsor who supported the Superior Adventures Guild, CZRPG. They publish a bunch of really fun content and have been hanging out with us for quite a long time. So please check them out if you want to see some additional maps and content and adventures. All right, without further ado, my friends, I would love to get into this game. Do you guys have any questions before we start?
Stoked to finally be playing D&D with you, my friend, on your channel.
Hell yeah.
Thanks.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks to everyone for being here. Let's get into it. Let me set the stage for you guys. Today's story takes place on the broad steppe-like grasslands north of the Vesvi forest, in a region of the Flanaess characterized by a relatively hostile environment. Some might say an extremely hostile environment. This time of year, which is Patchwall, or Hawk if you speak the local language Ordai, the bitter northeastern winds of Telchur howl down from the cold marshes to the north. The tall grass landscape is cold, windy, and parched. In the old days, early Flan and their descendants, now known as the Wolf Nomads, formed nomadic societies valuing mobility, strength, and honor above all else. These peoples would seek winter refuge along the western slope of the Howling Hills, between the Blackwater and Dulce rivers, protected from the harsh elements among the crags and outcrops of basalt. So too did these people and their descendants engage in ritual worship of their ancestors who had been buried within the hills in secret tombs. The majority of the people of the steppe region maintain a nomadic lifestyle, although there is the city of Eru Tovar to the north that has long been established by the time that our story begins. Nevertheless, nomadic Tumen continue to traverse the plains. Warriors and their families live in large portable tents called gurs or yurts in the common tongue. Horsemanship is valued among the nomads, the nomadic warriors who are revered as master horse riders. The Wolf Nomads are led by the fearless wolf leader Bargu, Tarkhan of the White Wur, and commander of the relentless horde. The Tarkhan's warbands are gathered from among the many tribes of the steppe, each led by its own Noyan. Highly mobile cavalry patrol the grasslands, raiding and warring with neighboring tribes and fighting with bow and lance. Despite the aggressive nature of intertribal relations, these nomads are loyal to their word and hold honor and respect as guiding principles above all. Now, in recent years, clashes with the evil forces of Ayuz have increased as the Old One, which Ayuz is often referred to, has begun to push troops beyond the Dulce River, westward into the now contested Howling Hills. Rumors of a stronghold being constructed have spread amongst the nomadic tribes, and fewer venture into the once sacred Howling Hills to honor their forebears. The growing threat of war along their eastern flank has garnered much attention and the concern from the Tarkhan and his advisors, although they do not yet seek open conflict until they have assessed the Old One's forces. Now, my friends, you have, as we zoom in on our party, we see them crossing vast rocky fields of tall brome, tangled stringweed, and stunted alderwood, following game trails and creek beds and shallow ridge lines before dropping into a narrowing of the Blackwater River, quite literally referred to as, in the common tongue, as the narrow river crossing. In the language of the nomads, it's called Nareen Gol Garam. Here at the crossing, small caravans of travelers, nomads, stop to rest, to water their stock, trade goods, renew friendships, revive welcome arguments, and learn news of happenings to the north, south, east, and west. Your paths lie to the east, to a region of foul hills where frigid north winds howl down from the cold marshes and where banshees and specters are said to haunt the sites of ancient evils. But for now, you found yourself in a temporary camp along the shores of the Blackwater River. Nareen Gol Garam. Each of you has arrived in this place at this time, which is roughly 577 common year. And you've come here for your own purposes, some of which we very well may discover. Upon entering the encampment, you're met with the inviting aroma of food, roasting meats on open fire spits, cauldrons boiling with hearty stews, breads baking in small stone ovens. Wood smoke fills the air amongst 24 or more yurt-like structures arranged in a circle around what can be best described as an open bazaar. The people, mostly garbed in woolen clothing, engage in healthy debate, arguing over the value of bartered goods, sharing in food and drink, and speaking in hushed tones of evils to the east. A combination of Ordai, an old form of Baklunish, and Common are spoken amongst the throng, while wolf pups yip underfoot of sheep, sarlag, and horse. My friends, what I would like to do as we meet your characters, they are entering into, or perhaps have been in Nareen Gol Garam, I would like you to give us a description of your character. Tell us a little bit about the background that you care to share about your character, their motivation for being in Nareen Gol Garam, and then what are they doing on this particular moment? And I'd like to start with Bryn.
Yeah, so I am Bryn Londo of the Wolf Nomad people. I appear to be in my early 20s. I have copper toned skin with piercing green eyes and long black hair. I'm of average height and build. I arrived earlier this morning into the Crossroads encampment. I have a pale wolf companion, but this wolf, who I refer to as Zune, does not come into the encampment with me. He sort of like ranges at the outskirts. I am here looking for some honorable and capable adventurers to join me to go and recover the remains of a great wolf nomad warrior and chieftain named Vilusiek, whose burial mound lays hidden somewhere along the western front of the Howling Hills. And now I'm going to see to getting some of that roasted meat for breakfast.
As Bryn enters and mills about the open air bazaar, there are a variety of different foods available to him, including roasted meats. You meet a variety of the travelers and nomads, people who you may or may not know. Perhaps you have traveled with some of them from Erutovar or other more distant lands to come to this place on your quest. You easily find a vendor, an old man who is making food, his wife helping as they grill what appears to be some sort of mutton over an open fire pit. They seek for exchange of meats, barter of some kind, and you're able to easily, since this is much familiar to your cultural backgrounds, you have things of value that you can trade with them and find food to your liking. Do you send out any feelers at all to any of the people?
Yes, I'll speak to the vendor because he's obviously coming into contact with a lot of folks that I am looking for some honorable people to join me in this quest.
Yes, there are many honorable people to be had here at the crossroads, but I do not speak to many. My wife here is much more, personable. And he kind of gestures down, and she stands up and she wipes her hands on this sort of apron that she has on, and she looks at you and says, "What type of folk are you looking for?"
Just maybe a small variety of different sorts of adventuring types, strong and stalwart people who are willing to take risks for the greater good.
Where do you intend to go with this party of adventurers?
I'm going towards the Howling Hills. I have a mission that I have been sent on by my chieftain.
When you mention the Howling Hills, her eyes get wider. She says, "Oh, it's very dangerous there. Do you seek to honor the dead?"
Absolutely. And yes, I see your surprise. This is why I need strong individuals, brave individuals.
It is very unsafe to the hills these days. Goblins, hobgoblins, even gnolls are said to be scouring the landscape coming over from the east. The Great One sends them.
It is of no matter. This is my duty, and I will do it.
The best place to check and see if you can find people is over there where the men are drinking.
I thank you for your counsel. And Bryn is going to make his way over to the area she describes.
All right. And you settle in, perhaps getting yourself, some sort of a Well, I guess there would be roanwood tea or maybe a mandrake wine, depending on your proclivities for drinking.
I think this early in the process, I think I'm just gonna stick with the runwood tea.
Very well. And with
Although
that, oh, go ahead.
I do carry a skin of that wine with me, just in case.
I like it. I like it. Very good. We will we'll jump over to let's go over to Brother Aerolith.
So, brother, just to give you a description, as I mentioned earlier, he is a monk serving Ra, the god of peace, and he's as such a monastic monk. He's a member of a monastery and an order of monks who traditionally have been sent to areas that are in dispute to settle disputes through negotiation and mediation. So he's very much a proponent of peaceful. Of peace, and he wants to see the world at peace. He's an elf. He's a wood elf, and he stands about 5'7" He has a very athletic build. Not necessarily muscular, but he's muscular, but not overly muscular. He's more in lines of a runner. And if you looked at Brother Aerolith, you could tell that he spent a lot of time in athletic endeavors to hone his body. He's lithe and quick on his feet. His eyes are a very deep blue. And recently, he has been away from the monastery, living a more hermetic lifestyle. He's been living as a hermit. He's got white hair, but despite living on his own, his white hair is kept perfectly neat and tidy. He has robes, monk-type robes that he wears that denote his monastic life. They're plain, very plain. They're brown robes, and the only decoration on his robes is a small white heart over his left breast. You can also see that where his robes, sort of around his neck area, where his robes come together, over that left breast, you can see on his skin what looks like it may be a tattoo of some part. You can only see it partially, but it looks like it may be the top of a heart, but it's very jagged. And it looks like it may have fingers that really jagged fingers that wrap around that. He carries with him, he has, since he's been living as a hermit, he has very few possessions. He carries them in a very nondescript pack. He has a plain, unadorned quarterstaff that he has on his back. And that's what he looks like.
And as Brother Aerolith enters Nareen Gol Garam, what does he seek? What is his action as he comes to this settlement?
So he's been on the road for a long time, and he'd be tired and hungry. So he'd be looking for a comfortable spot to sleep, which in his mind is just about anything, since he's been living as a hermit. But he'd be seeking a place that he could sleep and maybe get a warm meal before bringing peace to this area, which he's heard the further north he's traveled, he's heard that war may be on the horizon, and that's the perfect place for someone of his order to come and try to bring a warlike situation to peace.
Very good.
He would be drawn to the smell of the food, I think.
Okay. Yeah. As mentioned before, you enter into the camp, and there are a number of yurts that are set up sort of in this circular pattern, and there's this open air marketplace in between. People milling about, conversations happening, the smell of food permeating the air, as well as wood smoke. And it doesn't take a whole lot to find a vendor or a family that's making food. People seem to be willing to trade quite readily, to barter perhaps for things. And so if you have things of value that you can barter with, you can easily find yourself some food and also conversation if you seek that out as well, trying to gather information perhaps on where the peace is needed.
So he would approach one of the vendors, and he would say, "Hello, my name is Aerolith. I'm new to this encampment, and I'm looking for food and maybe some information.
Well, my friend, you have found food. I am cooking up some marmot that we trapped earlier today.
Oh dear.
It's quite tasty.
I am personally a vegetarian. I do not believe in eating animal flesh.
Well, then you're going to want to talk to them right over there making the stew.
Oh, well then I'll do that. Before I leave, I've heard that there may be war coming to this area. That is quite terrible news.
He looks around a little bit. Yes, it is said that there is an incursion brewing to the east in the lands of Ayuz, that perhaps danger will draw nearer. I do not know if this is true, but I have heard a rumor that the Tarkhan has sent a cavalry unit from Erutovar. We have heard these things before, though, and I do not know if it is the truth.
They seem as if they do not have peace in their heart.
Have you been here before?
No. I am new to this entire area.
Well, the plains of the Wolf Nomads are not a place to tarry long if you do not take well to conflict, shall I say.
Perhaps. I take well to conflict. Perhaps we can change that and make this area a wonderful place to visit and to eat marmot stew.
Yes, you seem as though you have the best of intentions. I wish you luck.
Thank you, my friend, and thank you for pointing out the vegetarian options in this encampment.
We like to accommodate all dietary restrictions here.
That is wonderful. May the blessings of Ra bring peace to your heart.
Thank
and
you.
then he would move off to find the vegetarian food and eat vegetarian food.
Sure. You do find another vendor, a woman named Yasui, that goes ahead and offers you up a bowl of stew. There are all kinds of root vegetables. There are some scarlet lily bulbs floating on the top of this hearty broth. You can smell as you take a whiff. Wild apple, perhaps. Some sort of a garlicky smell. Some wild chives. And perhaps even a bit of cinquefoil root.
Oh, I will tell her this is quite delicious. I've never tasted anything quite like it.
She just nods. I'm glad you like it.
Thank you. And then after he's done, he'll be wandering the camp looking for other interesting people or signs of war.
Okay. And as you do that, you kind of move just sort of inadvertently into an area where there are a variety of men sitting around drinking of mandrake wine. Tea is being served, and you see a variety of folks. Most of them have a very similar look with woolen clothes, nomadic sort of vibe. You do see a couple of what appear to be maybe warriors of the Wolf Nomads who are also resting themselves. There are horses nearby being fed on grain and grasses from the plains. And you see an interesting fellow that sort of draws your attention. And we'll come back to that in a minute as you notice someone named Bryn having conversations with some of the locals. And we will move over next to Balfor.
So my character is Balfor, Luckyrock, and Balfor is he's a high elf druid. He is about 5'11", somewhat similar to brother Aerolith, that he's kind of lanky, lithe. He wears leather armor and a shield and carries a quarterstaff. Unlike most elves, his hair is like night black, which is kind of sets him apart. He doesn't have the classic blonde hair, blue eyes. His skin is really darkened by the sun and ruddy. It's almost as tough as the leather armor that he's actually wearing. He's got a cloak that wears over his armor as well, and it's clearly made of some type of animal hide that's been handmade, not necessarily by any professional seamstress. He grew up in the Vestvi Forest. He grew up in Highfold, actually, in a house of high elves. But during his youth, he found that he had the ability to conjure a wildfire spirit. And for him, this came to him as a young child a small wolf. And then as he grew older and older, this became larger and larger to the point when he became an adult, it became a dire wolf. And his problem was when he was young, he had really a difficult time controlling it. And in the process of this, when he was a young child, it actually injured one of his fellow elves. And because of that, he was basically isolated from the house and basically went to live somewhat in isolation in the forest by himself. With training, he was able to control his wildfire dire wolf, but he still kept to himself, pretty much in isolation. If people came through, travelers, whatnot, he would take them in. He was kind to them, but he would really mostly keep to himself. Recently, his wildfire form has become more and more difficult for him to control, somewhat similar to when he was an adolescent. And he's been having visions that he needs to follow his wildfire form now. And as a result, that's really led him to this narrow river crossing. He knows that whatever reason he's there, his purpose has basically been guided by his wildfire direwolf form. So he's into the encampment at this point, and he's really he's not really looking for buying anything, or he's not there for commerce. He's really there to get information, and the information is how to sort out what his wildfire spirit is driving him towards. And so the people that he's really moving more towards he's looking for other adventurers or people that have been out in the wild that might be able to give him some information with regards to the what's been happening locally, to see whether or not there's been disruption in nature, et cetera, that could potentially give him information as to what's been disrupting his wildfire spirit.
Let me ask you a question, Balfor. Is your wildfire spirit usually hidden from view and
Yes.
comes out only at times of need or when it manifests?
Correct. So I can call upon my wildfire spirit, but what has been happening is that it's coming out without him calling on it. So it's been he's not been able to control it as well recently, somewhat similar to him when he was an adolescent. And it does come to him in sleep. So he'll be able to have visions of it during sleep. And that's where he's noticed that it's been calling for him. And then he's been having a difficult time controlling it. So basically he's followed it here to this encampment.
Okay. Yes, you're in the right place to find out more about wolves for sure, and sort of the lore surrounding the spiritual connection, because you happen to find yourself in the Wolf Nomad territories of the north. Obviously, you know this as you've traveled along. You've found yourself at Narim Gol Garam. There are, as I have mentioned to other folks, that there are a variety of different peoples in this place. Most of them appear to be what you might consider travelers or sort of common folk, but there are a handful of warrior types that are also hanging out in camp, perhaps resting themselves and their horses, their feet, and getting information perhaps. But there is an area within camp where there are a variety of people drinking, and you can see that there is there's an individual who looks a little out of place. And that would be, I'm referring to Aerolith, standing around kind of looking, kind of that awkward thing when you're at a cocktail party, sort of like you've got a cocktail in hand, but you're kind of looking for someone to talk to. And then you look about and you see a warrior, and I'm talking about Bryn, who seems to be conversing with a variety of people as they mill past. He seems to be engaging and asking questions and talking about perhaps some things happening to the east.
So Balfor he'll notice this group, but he won't necessarily approach directly to them. He'll kind of, again, like at the cocktail party, he'll just kind of find himself like entering into a circle of people talking, hopefully that they don't even notice that he's actually there. And then he will actually neither Bryn nor Aerolith he'll talk to, but he'll ask one of the other warriors that are there, do you have any information of these travelers?
travelers?
These unusual people that are dressed strangely, that are in this area. They don't dress like us.
These warrior types here. These are Wolf Nomad.
How about the strange one?
That one, I don't know. We've been eyeing him up. He looks like an easy mark, this one. But we are all friends here, at Nareen Golgaram. Where are you from?
I'm from not far away, the Vespi Forest. I live there. I commune with nature. I'm happy to interact with travelers, and I've come here for information.
Information, you say? What type of information do you seek?
I seek some information with regards to disturbance in the wild. Have you noticed anything unusual on your travels and adventures?
Yes, to the east, in the Howling Hills, there has been reports of increasing incursions of humanoid denizens of the land of Ayuz to the east, flowing over the hills. But I do not know. There are rumors of grave robbers that seem to have taken advantage of the exodus of some of the local people from the western edge of the hills. You see, we travel there towards the end of the growing season to seek refuge from the cold winds and honor our ancestors who are buried there. But people are afraid to go there.
So you've been there?
Oh yes, of course.
You've seen this.
I have not seen the goblins, but I have heard rumors as people come back through the narrow place in the river here.
Anything with regards to, do you notice anything with regards to the animal life?
Well, the trapping is still good. My friend over there is just came back with a small pile of marmot, and the foraging is still good, but it is dark. And he points, and you look off to the northeast in the distance, and you can just kind of see these rolling clouds that sort of are hovering in the sky above. You have many questions, and I suggest you talk with that one over there. And he points over at Bryn. He has been asking about people to go with him on an expedition. Perhaps he is the one you should speak with.
I'll do that, and thank you. And so
Very
then
good.
Balfor kind of peels himself out of the area, just almost like he never was even there before. You would think that his friend the person that he was talking to didn't even really notice that he left.
Very good. And we're going to go over to Quint next. Before we do, I just want to say, hey, thanks everybody for being here. Really appreciate all the new followers and friends that have joined us. Thanks for the raid, Anna and others. And great to see you, Jay. I saw Jay just pop in. Thank you so much for organizing this event. It's been a lot of fun. We're playing a lot of great games and meeting a lot of new friends. So thank you so much for that. All right. So let's move over to Quint. Quint, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're doing.
Sure. So Quint has arrived in the encampment just today as well. He came in with a caravan that came up from the south. He's slight, just 5'6". He's human, kind of dark complected, dark hair, goatee. At the moment, his hair is kind of down over his shoulders. He wears a kind of a thick fur-lined traveler's cloak, dark gray, stained. He definitely has all the trappings of one who's been on the road for some time. Leather armor beneath his cloak, wool trousers, definitely dressed for the road, for the cold weather. He has a walking stick. He's got a long, nice, beautifully carved pipe made of bone that is currently lit. And he's just been walking around the outskirts. If anybody's noticed or paid attention, that's probably the one thing about this fellow is you could see him and then never remember seeing him before. Very nondescript, unremarkable, might be the right word. And he's just, he gets there and he dispatches his business with the caravan and kind of works around the yurts before going into the bazaar proper, kind of staving off the hunger pangs once he smells the cooking meats and the wood fire smells. It's been a long journey, cold, windy, miserable ride north. But he makes sure to kind of skirt the perimeter of this entire gathering before then working his way very systematically through, checking all the vendors, nodding his head, very quiet, doesn't really make contact with people, but just checking the place out, getting the lay of the land before finally deciding. He sees a vendor who's making some fried bread and some sort of, looks like he's got some sort of meat spit roasting or something, and steps up. And he wears a backpack. Again, all of his gear looks to be well worn, well used. He looks like he could really use a shave. Pretty swarthy looking individual, and he steps up quietly. Yes, that bread. What could I trade for some? The smell is wonderful.
As you walk up, the man turns and has a cup of tea that he turns and hands you. He says, "Oh, well, I thought you were someone else. Sorry, I thought you were Saban."
No. Quintrell, but
Pleasure to meet
Quint,
you.
yes. So the bread smells wonderful.
Oh yes, it is. It's a bit of a dumpling. There is meat and vegetables, root vegetables inside. Would you like?
Yes. Perhaps a double portion. It's been a journey. Glad to be here.
Do you have anything in trade then?
Yes, actually. How long will this be set up? How long do you think folks will be here? Is this a standing place? I'm new.
This is a temporary, established seasonally. Probably another 3 weeks we'll be here.
Okay. I believe I will be here 1 or 2 days. Perhaps you might give me some dried meat if you have it. And he fumbles through some sort of inside of his cloak, pulls out this really nice carving of a horse with a rider upon it, carved of bone, fully three-dimensional, very, maybe 20 gold worth, if you were to sell it in the city. And he speaks with a very clear, for anybody who would recognize it, a very clear Free City of Greyhawk dialect, accent, if you will. I would be willing to trade this for perhaps meals for the day and tomorrow, if you deem that fair. This should fetch a fair price for trade or sale. And he'll hand it to him.
He hands you the tea that he had, and he takes the horse to look at, and he holds it in his hands. This is quite beautiful. Where are its origins?
Oh, far to the south, past the near dive, Free City of Greyhawk.
He stands up.
Many fine artisans there.
He's a relatively youngish man, weathered skin. He has a mustache and long hair that's kind of pulled back in a ponytail, woolen jerkin and a kind of a little bit of a cloak over him. And he reaches out and kind of shakes your hand. It's good to meet you. Borgachin is the name.
Well met, Borgachin. Again,
This is
Quint.
good
Call me
trade.
Quint.
Quint,
And he
good
shakes your
trade.
hand.
Yes.
Good. So I could stop here again at meal times for today and tomorrow, and it would be served.
Yes, and I will have some traveling food for you as well. This is very generous. This is good trade. Thank you.
The food
Tell
is
me
so
what has
wonderful.
brought you here.
Trade, travel, wish to make connections all the way in Greyhawk, many weeks south, but I wish to expand my trade and perhaps bring back wonderful things that I might profit from back in the city.
I see. He kind of gives you a little bit of a off-putting look at while you say that, and he says, I have been told that there are, how shall I say, adventurers perhaps scouring about the hills to the east.
On
Some
what
of
business?
them to find valuable items in a place of sacred burial of my ancestors. I would caution you to take care to not fall into any sort of agreements with folks of that ilk. This is very dangerous to take from the graves of the dead.
I would, if I could, make an insight roll.
Okay.
Just to see if this guy's, he seems kind of on the up and up with all of this. Does his well, we'll start with insight, and that is a big old 6. And I will nod as soon as he starts to break into that bit about the grave robbing and I will get this look of absolute respect, kind of nod my head almost in a genuflect. Would never be my intention to disturb the burial sites, the sacred grounds of those who've gone before. Yes. So you must be native here.
Yes, I have lived here for generations. My family has been nomadic on these steppes for long time. Before the recent, sign of humanoids crossing the Dulce River, we would travel north, but this year we probably will not go farther east than here, unfortunately.
Who crosses the river?
They have come from the land of Ayuz. Goblins and orcs and, other nasty humanoids that seek to pillage and plunder. I've heard also of rumors that a stronghold is being built in the hills. But these are just rumors. What I can tell you is that there was a group of merchants, a small family of merchants that were supposed to arrive here from Zanzeven Point, but they have not made it yet. It is a growing concern amongst the travelers that it is a dangerous place to tread.
As he mentions the humanoids, the goblinoids and such, my face will darken immediately, and then it passes. And I go back to this more thoughtful, calm demeanor. Well, I will keep a kind thought for your merchant friends. And again, I'll be sure to not run afoul of the honors bestowed upon those lost to time.
Thank you.
Does he, I know I only rolled a 6 on my insight, but does what he's saying about being a nomad up here, does it align with his dialect, his appearance?
100%.
Okay.
Best is what you can tell is that the minute you talked about seeking riches, he got concerned and a little, he started to put up a little bit of a barrier between the two of you as you had been kind of making this friendship and this relationship through trade. He started to get a little distant from you, but after you had given sort of an explanation, he sort of comes back into that more of a jovial demeanor, and he says, "There are those of the Wolf Nomad, the warriors, down drinking amongst the men. Perhaps you could seek more information there. They protect the areas to the east."
I see. Well met. The food, and I kind of, from the dumplings, kind of, smells wonderful. And I'll take a bite right there in front of him to show due respect to his preparation. I have not tasted spice. The meat, very good. Chosen well.
Thank you,
And I just get a big, kind of almost a goofy simpleton grin on my face. Very clearly just a merchant, very clearly not from around here.
He nods and shakes your hand again, and you sort of make your way towards the circle of men drinking. And in fact, you do see these warrior types that stand out amongst the common folk, having, different sort of clothing, obviously carrying weapons that are quite pronounced and presented finely and proudly. And you see a couple of other folks who seem to stand out a little bit. A man by the name of Brother Aerolith, who is still sort of looking about for people to engage with, and Balfor, and then Bryn as well, as you make your way into that group.
Okay. What was the name of the gentleman I just interacted with? I've neglected to write it down. Sorry.
That was Borgachin.
Borgachin. That's right. Thank you.
And
I'll just find my way in there and just blend in and look around. Try to listen. Try to eavesdrop a bit if I might.
You hear more about grave robbers rumors of grave robbers, rumors of goblins and orcs and other creatures from Ayuz, and the fact that for the most part, the common folk who are in camp have a hesitancy to make their pilgrimage to the east as they normally do because of some of the rumors. And there has been a family of merchants that have were due to be returned to camp that have not returned as of yet. And in doing so, you find yourself in a group with Brother Aerolith, Balfor, and Bryn, having met each other now. And we'll come back to that in just 1 second as we jump over to Thelonious. Thelonious, fill us in.
So Thelonious Ghent is a child of the Shieldlands, from the border town of Law's Forge, just barely over the border from the Horn Society, which kind of informs his entire worldview. He joined the Church of Foltis, he of the Blinding Light, at a young age, and became upwardly mobile very quickly, and was assigned to the growing church there in the Perrinlands in the city of Etzel, where he was looking to help push the Perrinlands away from their neutrality. The church there is looking to help push Perrinlands out of their neutrality with regards to the growing threat of Ayuz. To that end, he has been sent in search of information and details as to Ayuz and the activities thereof on all borders, any borders they may have. And, well, the nomads sharing a border with those lands became of particular interest. Thelonious is easily identified as a priest of Foltis, based on the fact that first of all, his armor and really everything about the man is highly disciplined, as clean as one can be in given the travels that he has had. His armor is polished at all times. His cloak is as clean as can be, other than the ends of it, which, thanks to his 6'1" height, barely ever touches the ground. On his cloak is the silvery sun of Foltis, along with the lower right-hand quadrant, the crescent moon that marks Foltis's holy symbol. This can also be found on his shield when he is carrying it. Thelonious is, not only is he tall, he is slender with a wiry strength, actually a prodigious wiry strength. He has sharp angular features. His brown hair is neatly kept, as is his beard. He does not wear a mustache at all. And he has very gray eyes, which can be quite disconcerting to look at. At the current time, Thelonious is wandering the encampment looking for either hunters or warriors that have been to the Eastern Front, in searching about his sharp gaze, looking here and there for those who might have the kind of information he seeks.
As you enter into the encampment, you do see, Thelonious, that there are a variety of common folk, but again, these individuals that stand out as warriors, scouts, perhaps rangers of the north. You have studied a bit of the region. You know of the Wolf Nomads. You know of their fierceness, their adherence to honor and strength as their guiding principles. And you can definitely see that in these warriors as they present themselves as very strong and capable. They are having conversations with the folk that are in this temporary encampment. They are resting themselves, and they are open to conversation. You see that they are not standoffish at all. They are in fact, quite jovial. And just really quick, thank you. First of all, thanks for the cheering, Dan Weirdo. Great to see you back here. 3 advantages for each of the players. Please jot those down, my friends. We appreciate you getting involved. And I want to give a big shout out to CZRPG, who has been a long-term campaign sponsor for our Greyhawk games for those gift subs. Thank you so much, Christian. We appreciate your support.
Is that
So,
3 advantages?
Yeah. And that's on top of one additional from earlier cheers that each of you have. So you each have
See
4.
that. I'm gonna pay better
Yep.
attention.
Yeah. The chat, you're gonna make it harder and harder for me to TPK these guys. So I guess we'll see what happens.
One Taras coming up.
So Thelonious, as I mentioned, it's obvious to pick out
dragons.
who would be the people to approach. And one of those individuals happens to be another party member, Bryn. Now you can tell as you look at this individual, he is surrounded by 2 people, brother Aerolith and Balfor, who appear to be a little bit different in dress and in appearance than most of the other common folk in this temporary encampment. But you also see that there is sort of a nondescript individual. I'm looking at you, Quint, who sort of just seems to blend in a little bit more than the rest of them. But nevertheless, they seem to be having a conversation. As you approach, my friends, what are you having a conversation about at this point?
So, I'm speaking to these outlanders. I'm sort of alluding to what my purpose is. That I'm seeking stalwart, brave souls to join me in a quest to go into the Howling Hills. I have a burial site that I need to excavate and bring back the body of a great and noble ancestor to bring back to our mainland. The reason being, the upcoming incursions by our youth's forces. We don't want to lose contact with our ancestral connections, and so this is the purpose of my mission. So I'm speaking to outlanders to see if they are interested in becoming involved, and then I want to know why they want to become involved if they are interested. What's in it for them?
So Thelonious overhears this, and he says, "My pardons, I could not help but overhear. You mentioned incursions in the east by Ayuz?"
Yes, dark times are upon us.
Well, I seek more information, and in fact, anything that I can find that, well, confirm this, or what it is they plan, or any news at all. I would happily offer my services to your quest in exchange.
So Bryn acknowledges this with a nod and makes eye contact with the rest of the people surrounding. And what of the rest of you? And has he noticed the skulking guy yet?
Yep, the skulking guy has kind of just kept taking a couple of steps closer and closer and closer until he's sort of like just all of a sudden he's in the conversation.
Yeah, you'll know he's there by the puff of sweet smelling tobacco smoke that he continues to kind of like he's got a burning stick or something. He's kind of seems to announce himself that way, but doesn't say a word.
So Bryn looks directly at this individual and says, "What of you, city man? Are you interested?"
Kind of smirks and looks at you each, kind of studying each of you quietly. Yes, tell me more about this mission of yours. What is it we're to accomplish?
Our people have a great ancestor who was buried just west of the Howling Hills. There is strife coming from the land of Ayuz, and we are starting to retrieve our ancestral heroes and bringing them back to our people. This particular burial mound is my responsibility, and I'm seeking.
Kind of strokes his.
Nice.
Sorry, good.
I'm seeking brave adventurers to assist in this.
Strokes his goatee and watches the rest of you for any reaction to any bit of what Bryn Londo has shared. It's interesting. I was warned not to take up with grave robbers, and I kind of thumb and nod back in the direction of Borgachin's tent. That gentleman over there with the fried bread dumplings, tremendous, by the way. And I'll break off a piece.
Sort of sees under his breath about this. This is not grave robbery that we are off to do, that I am off to do.
Good.
This is a rescue of an ancestor. We're gonna move him from one grave to a new grave, and everything in his grave will remain with him.
Perfect. And he kind of looks over at Fultus, priest of Fultus, nods as if he's calculated Thelonius's purpose here. Perhaps as a merchant, I might benefit in some way by finding something of value along the way. I might be interested in joining you. You mentioned forces of the Old One. And he kind of leans in, and again, this darkness kind of crosses his face, takes a deep breath. What do you know of this incursion, the goblins and the like crossing the river? What are they about?
Well, this is not the first time they've tried to take our areas. We have beat them back every time. But it becomes harder and harder because they keep adding more and more humanoid denizens to their attacks.
I see.
This is why we are taking precautions.
And we're heading in their direction? He looks concerned.
Absolutely.
For this transport of your leader.
Absolutely.
Is that wise? And he kind of looks over at Brother Aerolith, and he looks back at the priest of Fultus, and he looks over at the half-elf Druid. Again, looks like he's calculating, like, is this a good idea?
Wise or not, it is my duty.
I see.
Quint, you do get a very strong sense from Bryn that they are telling you the truth, like from the honor and aspect of what they're talking about when they describe the importance of this mission. You get the sense that this is definitely not an underhanded thing. This is a mission of honor. Sorry, go ahead, Brother Aerolith.
I am troubled, frankly, with these Iusians. It is clear to me that they do not harbor peace within their heart, and I believe that it is the will of Ra that brings me here to bring peace to these Iusians and end these incursions into your land once and for all. Perhaps I am certainly willing to go along with you to help you retrieve your ancestor, but perhaps while we're there, we can bring some lasting peace to these Iusians and stop these border incursions.
I laugh at Aerolith. Oh, lad. To be young, hopeful, peace to the Old One. Kind of look around the encampment.
Ra demands peace, and I shall bring it to them.
I'm sure he does.
I shall bring it to them. I shall bring it to them one Iusian at a time.
I'll clasp my hand or offer my hand to Brother Aerolith in a, like forearm and hand clasp. I'll join you in your peace mission to bring peace. And the whole demeanor with Quint kind of changes. Even maybe his dialect just a bit. And he looks over at Bryn Londo and he offers him the same handshake. And I'll join you on your mission. I wish to learn more. I wish to learn all I can of this incursion, and I respect what you've done to hold back the forces of the Old One.
I think that this fellowship could be the very gauntlet of Rao himself.
I'll just kind of blow a little smoke at you and turn around and disregard you. And you, light priest, you mean to join us?
I believe I said as much, did I not?
I believe you did.
I too would like to put the Iusians at peace.
Well, then we seem to share a common goal of peace. He kind of tries to hold his humor.
And there's a very, very wry smile on Thelonius's face as he says that.
I'll offer my hand. Quintrell Whitcomb.
Thelonious Gent.
So Bryn looks over at Balfor and says, "And what of you, Elf? Will you join us?"
So Balfor has been listening to all this, and he doesn't really know much to make of all the conversation about ridding lands of evil spirits, or everything that Aerolith and that Thelonious have been kind of talking about. But he basically looks straight in Bryn's eyes and says, "Tell me more of your ancestors and who do they follow?" And kind of looks him up and down and what he's wearing. And it's clear that he's going to make his decision with regards to what he's going to do based upon the words that he says.
Our people were part of the relentless horde that, moved into this area in the 300s. We've been here. We made our home here. And we are followers of ancestors. So it's important to us that our great warriors, heroes, chieftains who have safe and final resting places are not disturbed. We feel like that we would lose much if these places were desecrated. So this is the purpose of my mission. This particular tomb is mine to retrieve.
Balfor looks at him and says, "I think that's an honorable task. Who are the spirits you follow?"
As I say, our ancestors. This particular one is Luckyrock, he's a great warrior and chieftain of the Wolf Nomads from many years gone by.
So Balfor kind of steps back a bit and thinks, and he again thinks that this may be a way to be able to appease his wildfire spirit, hopefully to be able to accomplish whatever task he's supposed to gain control of him again. And with that, he looks up at Bryn and says, "I'll follow you. I don't need anything in return. We just need to accomplish your task. And as long as that's done, I'll be at peace."
So most of the others have had some sort of a reason. City Man clearly wants to gain some sort of wealth. The other two are holy men and want to bring peace. What causes you to want to join with?
So he looks up at him and he says, "My peace is my inner peace. That is what I seek, not peace of the land or peace between warring nations, but it's personal for me internally. I have to control." And he doesn't even look at Quint. He doesn't even recognize him, as he's clear that Quint has no understanding with regards to earth or nature or
Peace.
or anything that is not human made. That's
a nat 20 on your insight roll, Dr. Bob.
He's clearly just a purely materialistic human being that has nothing to to, it's commerce, pure commerce. So he probably doesn't, he just continues to talk directly to Bryn and tell him the reason why he's there. And that once he accomplishes this task for him, he'll go back to his homeland in the Vespi.
So Bryn goes into a pouch at his belt and he pulls out one single wolf canine tooth and gives it to the elf.
The elf looks at, he takes it from him. He said, he thanks him. And with that, he knows that this is the way that he must follow to be able to complete his task, to be able to follow his spirit.
With that, my friends, you have found yourselves together in a bit of a adventuring party. You have the better part of the day to seek supplies, to speak with other members of this encampment to gather additional information, perhaps. You are able to prepare yourselves for departure the next day. So pretty much anything that you would seek to purchase, some mundane items and things you would need to trade for here, as coin is not really used. Perhaps farther north in Eru Tovar, you might see some Perrinland coin, but here coin really doesn't have a whole lot of value. It's more about the importance and the value of items and things and food and that sort of thing. So, but you are able to gather, whatever mundane supplies you might need for your travels. So feel free to add things to your character sheets if you would like, in terms of that, or just, you have that kind of stuff for adventuring. That's not a big deal. If you seek out additional information, I will tell you that of the list of rumors, you have nearly gotten all of them, but let's do a group persuasion check. So everybody give me a persuasion check and give me a hand raise if you're over 10. Okay.
I think that Quint will just get back to the food buddy, and they probably won't see much of him until it's time to depart.
Brother Aerolith got a 19.
Okay. So with that group check, you do get the last piece of information. You hear from some of the other Wolf Nomad warriors, rangers that have just returned from a foray into the east, that they report spires of smoke that they saw billowing from the hills. And there is some discussion that perhaps mines have been established or reopened in the interior locations of the Howling Hills to fuel the Iusian war machine. There is much concern. And that is the last piece of the rumors that I had prepared for you guys to pick up here. Is there anything else that any of you would want to do here in the encampment before we depart?
No.
So, Bryn mostly travels by foot. And he does have a wolf companion who's like ranging outside of the encampment. How do the rest of the party normally travel?
At this point, everybody has either come in a caravan, so having hitched a ride basically, or has walked, has come here on foot. So it's a variety, but none of you currently have horses. Horses are, of course, a highly valued possession amongst these people. And so you would perhaps need great wealth to trade for horses, and finding 5 horses would be challenging for sure.
Oh, I didn't tell you on my character sheet I brought 23 horses up with me.
That was very smart.
Yeah.
You now can have enough.
Maybe I didn't have that on my sheet clearly.
Yep.
Did it say on the sheet that Quint was an investment banker? I missed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a venture
works for
capitalist.
Goldman Sachs.
Quintro, Whitcomb.
Like, 3-piece suit. And
Hails from the Whitcomb family. Of course.
Whitcombs of greater free city of Greyhawk, indeed.
Oh my God.
So I'm just as happy to stay on foot. myself.
Okay.
Sounds like we're hoofing it.
Oh, nice.
Thanks.
Yep.
See
All
what you did
right.
there.
So
I'll be here all week.
this is a week-long game, folks. You heard it here first.
I'm down.
All right.
Hey,
So
listen,
Someone write me a work note.
a note from my doctor, Dr. Bob.
Got it.
Oh, Dr. Bob.
Bob.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no problem. Work comp claim. Everyone.
There we go.
No issues.
Excruciating shoulder pain.
That's
Yes.
right. You're all good.
All right, my friends, as we depart from Nareen Gol Garam, the narrowing of the river, the relative safety and familiarity of the encampment with the people who have sort of a temporary community that they come together seasonally to support each other and trade in information. You find yourselves leaving that behind as you cross the river, heading to the east. Now, as we venture off, what I'd like to do is I'd like each of you to kind of give me a bit of a description, if you would, about like what do you do during your the traveling? What's the role that you fill, or what are the actions that you take as you're making your way? And this could lead to perhaps what I like to call a skill challenge as we navigate our way into the hills. So perhaps describe for me what your character is doing as we journey. And this might take multiple days, but we'll just kind of boil it down to a description in a die roll. So you tell me what die you'd like to roll and what that relates to in terms of your activities during travel. And so I think we'll start with Bryn as the leader of the group.
Well, I'm somewhat familiar with this whole area. As a, albeit young ranger, I've been around a lot of these places. I do have a map of where we're going. So I'll probably scout somewhat ahead to keep an eye on things and lead us in the right direction. As I've said, I have a wolf companion that I refer to as Zune, who kind of does his own thing. We're friendly, but he's not my pet. He doesn't work for me. But we are establishing a rapport. He's a recent companion, but he seems to take to doing this sort of thing. So he is also ranging sort of ahead, not necessarily side by side with me, but sort of like circumnavigating the whole group, keeping an eye on all these outlanders, and also sort of scouting forward. I do have the rudimentary ability to be in some sort of telepathic link with him, but it's not something that I can do constantly, so I save that for when I really need it. So I take advantage of whatever he's willing to give me at this point as we travel forward. So I would think for roles of this sort of thing, I don't know, maybe a 20-sider. I would probably use survival and perception. Yeah,
survival check would probably work for like kind of a navigating about.
Yeah.
And given the fact that you have a map, I would give you advantage on the roll.
Okay.
So go ahead and give me our survival
All right,
check.
so here's your survival with advantage. First roll is a 12. Second roll is a 10.
Okay. We will consider that a success as you make your way using game trails and migration routes of the people, utilizing the map that you have to guide your progression over the next days into the foothills of the Howling Hills. You do feel now buffeted more by the wind that's coming over the hills from the cold marshes to the north, but you maintain a pretty good trajectory towards the destination that you seek. Everybody else, at some point over the course of the days notices this wolf sort of ranging out in the distance, sometimes coming in a little bit closer to Bryn, but doesn't give you the sense as Tim indicated that this is a pet, or you get the sense that there is a relationship there. The wolf, for example, doesn't attack Bryn. There's no hostility. There appears to be some sort of camaraderie, but you don't get the sense that this animal is beholden to your companion, but has some sort of a, I guess, sort of an understanding, if you will. Let's go over to our cleric.
So as we're walking, Thelonious is taking notes whenever possible. I mean, he has a rough understanding of the area that, you know, he's seen the maps and such, but he's more noting the type of terrain, landmarks, things that might be useful in, you know, should there be battles to come. He's preparing for what he believes is the eventual, going to be the eventual war, because IUs will not be contained, and we may need to force the issue if at all possible. Meanwhile, he's also, whenever he takes notes of regarding Bryn, being one from the area, trying to get a feel for the relationship he has with the land, with his wolf, and such. I also, every single morning, regardless, he's careful not to have a watch at the dawn, though he is up just before the dawn, saying in meditation and prayer, as the sun, just as the sun begins to rise, without fail.
Okay, so tell me, Rob, what would you roll to sort of encapsulate what he does during this advance? You know, what is it, a religion check? Is it more about communion with your God? Is it, tell me what you think.
I would say it's more insight. I mean, both insight with respect to his study of Bryn and, you know, his relationship with the land and his wolf and such, but also gaining insight to the territory we're in, and you know, things that may be of use in the potential battles to come.
Yeah, that's great. Roll an insight check for me.
All right. That is going to be a 18.
Oh yeah, very nice. So that's definitely a success. So you do pick up some things about Bryn as a experienced ranger, a wolf nomad, someone who can read the land, someone who you can tell has I would say a sort of a distinct relationship with the range, with the steppes, with these grasslands, and also with this animal, which is a little, perhaps maybe a foreign idea to you, perhaps, that he would have an interesting companionship with this animal that seems rather aloof at times, but also as if it maybe is providing valuable information. You do start to pick up on certain things that I would guess the ranger would forage and pick up along the way. Perhaps some wild berries off of a low-growing vine along the ground. Perhaps some mushrooms that have grown in a small patch underneath a little seep hidden beneath a rock pile that he finds. So you start to pick up on some of these skills, survival type skills that Bryn is showcasing as he guides you deeper into the Howling Hills. Let's jump over to Quint.
So when Quint shows up to depart the following day, you'll notice a couple of changes. His hair is all pulled back tight, presumably in a ponytail. It's hidden back in the hood of his cloak. His cloak is drawn up, still has his pipe. He steps up to the group, kind of nods at Thelonious and Balfor and brother Aerolith, and puts his arm around Bryn. All right, it's important to me to be honest and upfront with you. very different dialect, different demeanor. I need to learn as much as I may about the movements of these forces of the Old One. That is my purpose for joining you. I'm from Furiandi, Crockport, Kalenstren. It is my purpose to see the end of the Dark Empire of Ayus. And he doesn't particularly hide what he's saying to Bryn, but he only regards the Wolf Nomad. Much more businesslike, a little colder. I appreciate you joining me, or excuse me, having me on your trip, on your journey. I will do all I can to help. But I did not wish to continue the ruse. Being out here in these lands by ourselves, it is important that we all know who we are and why we are here. I must apologize for coming across in a different way. And he looks over at Aerolith. I do not bring peace. I do not desire peace. I desire to end this conflict and end the Old One for what he and his people have done to my people.
Well, sometimes it is necessary to achieve peace through the commission of great violence.
Yes, it is. Then I look forward to it.
It is Rao's way.
Perhaps I have misjudged this Rao of yours, but yes. There will be no peace until there is a final end.
Well, on that we can agree.
Yes. Yes, we can, lad. But I do apologize for misleading all of you. But it was necessary that I keep my true purpose hidden until I find the right group. And we are on our way.
Quint, tell me, my guess is that it would be a persuasion check that you're going to make here, but you tell me what you think it should be. As you sort of open up to your companions now and they listen to your story.
Yeah, earlier I was working off of performance, but this I think is persuasion because this is my intent to be myself. So I'll go ahead and give you that.
Okay.
That's a 9.
Okay. From the rest of you, from your character's perspective, thumbs up if you buy it and you're good with it, or maybe thumbs down if you are suspicious or skeptical in any way.
I'm gonna roll an insight.
And with Thelonious, it may very well be the fact that, you know, if it's true, great. If it's not, it doesn't really change anything where he's concerned.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I got a 17 for my insight.
So I would say that
we got a
go ahead.
21 for an insight too.
You definitely sense a very visceral emotion of negativity and darkness connected with this individual whenever he talks about Ayus and where he is from. He doesn't really say anything more than that, but you can definitely tell that he is all in at whatever he is about. And it's definitely not a fondness for the Old One. Quite the opposite.
I do have a question. Does Thelonious pick up anything from Quint in terms of where he's actually from? Because someone from ostensibly from the Free City is necessarily going to have that kind of visceral reaction. Right. And Thelonious being someone on the border, you know, being from a border town with one of Ayus is believed to be anyway, co-plotters, knows that kind of anger and disgust.
Well, as Quintrell described where he's actually from, being from Crockport in Kalenstren and Furiandi, that totally adds up to you. You know, that's been a particularly dark place, a lot of strife, a lot of battle, a lot of back and forth. You know, that area was absolutely laid waste by Ayusian forces. The fact that he's from there might give you pause because you were pretty sure most of that city was laid to waste. You know, and this guy's probably mid-30s. Like, how's that dude still alive if that's where he's from? You know, very clearly not from the free city of Greyhawk now that he's lowered his ruse.
We will we'll consider that sort of like a win, a success, and a failure in there because there's certain suspicions maybe, but for the most part, you've
Love
sort
it.
of come clean with that. So let's move over to Balfor. What kind of a role do you play as things progress over the next couple days of journey, and then leading up to what kind of a role you would like to make with that?
Yeah, I mean, Balfour is obviously probably most interested in Bryn of any of the other party members. He doesn't make much of Quint and Thelonious and Aerolith. He's not even, it's like beyond him, meaning they're this thought with regards to, you know, trying to control, you know, larger forces and things like that. It's just all kind of well beyond what his thought process is. He's just more about how he can, you know, act, work and live peacefully in this world. That's really where he's at. So he's really more focused with Bryn and doesn't really, he kind of disregards a little bit the rest of the group, not in a disrespectful way, but just he doesn't really have much interest in it. It's clear that his interest is totally aligned with Bryn because he is focused on being able to accomplish this task with him. He's very interested in his animal. So the wolf that is coming with him he is very attuned to it and wants to trying to pick up any type of feeling from even the animal himself as to the emotions that he has to see whether or not they're aligned with his own personal goals. And, you know, presumably Bryn's animal is pretty smart and that he should be able to express emotions, especially to the Druid, and being able to, and he should be, Balfour should be able to pick up on that. So I'd say, you know, out of anything, probably either nature or animal handling would be really what is the best check to be able to kind of get an idea with regards to what he's doing over the course of the travel. He's obviously looking at the landscape. He's more focused on other animal tracks to see if there's packs of animals that are following in this area. But so I'd say probably either nature or animal handling.
Okay, yeah, up to you, whichever one you think is more appropriate. Go right ahead and make that roll.
I'll do animal handling. So that is 24.
Wow. Yes. That is a success. You do pick up on some of the things that I had mentioned earlier about the relationship that Bryn has with this wolf. Perhaps you even have conversations about it at certain points during the journeys. It's definitely a different relationship than you have with your wildfire spirit. Whereas your wildfire spirit is psychically connected to you almost in a sense. The wolf that travels with Bryn is much more wild in nature and ranges. It'll be gone for hours, perhaps even a day will go by where you don't see it, and then all of a sudden you see it walking, almost keeping an eye on you. A guardian maybe, or a guide perhaps in a different sense than yours. And I would say that I don't know, is there anything else, Tim, that he might pick up on based on that high roll in terms of the relationship that you have with Zune?
Yeah, so typically Wolf Nomads choose a wolf as a child and raise it. That doesn't always happen. And cityfied Wolf Nomads, there's only the one, you know, capital, and it's not really a city, are known to sometimes buy cubs. I didn't do either of those things. Circumstances didn't allow for me to acquire one as a child, and it would never occur to me to purchase one. But we sort of just found each other when I was doing some ranging and reconnoitering and, you know, maybe light assassination, you know, stuff like that. is how we, met one another.
And that would
So,
certainly resonate with Balfor, the
Yeah,
fact
so
that
I guess
this
my question
individual
is,
chose him.
yeah, does Balfour, can he pick up whether his wildfire spirit can has any communication with either Tim's wolf or Tim himself? Meaning, like, is there any connection to his spirit and some part of Tim's ancestry, tribe, etc.?
Your hunch would be that there is perhaps a connection, and perhaps that's why you've been drawn to this
Okay.
region, that there may be answers to your questions somewhere here, perhaps with the Wolf Nomads themselves. Now, Bryn is not a like shaman or like religious leader or mystic, but they do have individuals like that who you would maybe have these conversations with Bryn. So there could be a potential for you to seek out that information in the future, but you don't really know the answers to all of those questions, but you have a hunch. You have
Okay.
a hunch. Yep. And then finally, let's go over to Aerolith, Brother Aerolith.
So I would describe Aerolith as sort of a distracted multitasker. What he would be doing during this journey is doing what he knows he should be doing, which is spending a significant amount of time as they travel in quiet contemplation and meditation, thinking about the things he's supposed to be contemplating and meditating on. But he's fascinated by this group of people that he's met, so he'll be looking them over and smiling at them, and he especially seems interested in Thelonious. Thelonious will at times catch Aerolith sort of staring at him with a big grin on his face, like he'd like to get to know him better, and just kind of a big goofy smile as they walk along. And then in addition, he would be thinking about his task at hand, and he would at times be looking out to see whether there were any Iusians that needed peace brought to them. And finally, he would be thinking about the conflict he's been engaged in for quite some time that requires him to contemplate and meditate. And he would be trying to reach out to his god Rao and try to get a sense of whether he has Rao's favor. Is this something that Rao really wants him to do, and is he handling things in the right way? And he would really be concentrating on that to try to get a sense that this is actually the right thing to be doing and the right way to go about doing it.
Okay, so what do you want to roll for that?
So I think since he's mostly doing that, that would be a religion check.
Okay.
And I have lots of windows open. So let me get to my correct window. All right. So he got a 16.
Oh, very nice. That is a success. You are a very successful party here. I would say, with that role and what you had described, Aerolith, that you get a sense after speaking with your companions, both, focusing, it sounds like, quite a bit on Thelonious and their motivations and their, I guess, for lack of a better term, their sort of quest. After talking with Bryn more about the importance of worship of ancestors and the mission that he feels, is probably one of the most important that he's ever been given, handed down, they say, from the Tarkhan himself, to recover the remains of Viliusk the Mighty from his resting place in the hills. You feel as though you are doing the right thing as you meditate on these conversations. You're filled with a sense of purpose and guidance. My friends, as you continue traveling through this rather barren, but as you learn from your guide Bryn, that there are bounties to be had on this landscape if you know what to look for and where to look for them. You find yourself pushing forward on one of the days of travel, having been on your path now for a couple of days, and the sun has started to sink in the western sky, and you have made your way up from the tall grass steps to an area that is more characterized by scattered shrub-like vegetation, stunted trees, some of them dead from the dry conditions in this particular biome, but there are some trees that have vegetation on them, conifer trees that seem to spring up. It's growing dark, and at this point you start to think that maybe this long day of travel requires making camp. Now, as you're working your way along this path, you have ultimately found yourselves on a road of sorts, a 2-track path that is rutted and worn from wagons, from horse hooves, from people's boots. And you see ahead the faint glow of a fire. And as you approach on the road, you can hear voices. 3 of them you make out just around the bend. Sitting at this fire, there is the smell of food, and there is, I wouldn't say a jovial sort of vibe being given out, but it's certainly, you get the sense that there are people at rest here. And as you start to approach, you look off to the side and you see that there is a cart that appears to have broken an axle. One of the wagon wheels has completely fallen off. The cart, it appears to be laden quite heavily. Not having made contact with these people yet, you can plainly make out that there is a horse grazing as it shakes and neighs. What would you like to do?
Would I, with my background, Dave, be aware of any tactics that dark forces might use to lure an unsuspecting party, say, toward a broken down wagon?
What kind of a man do you think I am?
That is so cynical.
That
I
kind.
can't even believe it.
I think it's interesting that the horse is standing there grazing calmly. I don't know if that's a good sign or bad.
Give me an insight check.
There's a double-digit number. Whoops, I got the beholder on D&D Beyond. Hang on.
Uh-oh, that's a bad sign.
That's what the horse is.
Yeah,
Yes.
It's not a horse, it's a beholder.
It's like, wait, we gave him a double-digit number. What sorcery is this?
Yes. Okay, what did you say? Insight?
Yes.
That is a 17. I happen to be particularly good at that particular
Yes.
skill.
You do know that the dark forces of Ayuz and others would oftentimes try to trick people, but as Scott's insight proves to be correct, that the presence of a horse grazing nearby, although out of view of where you are, doesn't really add up. This doesn't seem like a horse would be comfortable around humanoids or demi-humans, excuse me, that might have ill ideas of what to do with people they encounter. So you don't get a sense that this is a trap.
Okay. This is strange. This horse over here, no fear. And yet we have this perfectly broken down wagon. Approach with caution, I believe, would be smart to do.
Anything about the conversation that marks where they might be from? This is kind of an interesting place for a horse and a cart to be broken down in the first place.
So you're going to sneak forward and try to get a better sort of, to see if you can hear better. So go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, so Bryn's going to move forward with...
if Brother Aerolith is willing to go or so, what was it, Bryn or...
I think we'll let Bryn do that.
Oh, Bryn. Okay, Bryn, I'm sorry. Bryn.
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon, give me a stealth check, and then follow that up with a perception check, please.
Okay, the stealth was a 19.
Okay.
The perception, unfortunately, was a 7.
Sorry, the perception check was a what? A 7?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You get up close enough where you can now make out that there are 3 individuals at the campfire, 2 women and an older man that sit around the fire roasting perhaps some quail. And there's a horse nearby that is grazing. It's tied up to a tree. They seem to be talking about the wagon. You can make out that they're concerned about the wagon.
I'm good
What
at
they're gonna
sneaking. I
do.
would be happy to conceal myself as best I can and make my way up to perhaps hear what is being said. What time of day is it, Dave?
This is night, so it's basically, well, it's not full night. I would say it's dusk. Things have gotten dark. The sun has gone below the horizon, so you're kind of in that, that blue hour or whatever they call.
This is my time.
The Thelonious gestures. Have at it. Be my guest.
No offense, but this is not the time for light.
Oh, no offense taken.
Your time will come.
All right, so you're going to sneak forward as well?
Yeah, I would like to roll stealth.
Yep, give me a stealth check and then a perception check as well if you're trying to overhear perhaps what the conversation is.
Stealth first, got a little +8 double expertise, shamalama ding dong.
Nice.
That's an 18 on the total. 1 stealth, and then perception is an 8. So pleased with my stealthiness that I may have become distracted by it.
Yeah, you get up close enough where you get a nice view of the campfire. They appear to be quite capable in terms of their food supplies. You do also overhear, just like Bryn did, that they are complaining about the wagon, discussing how to approach the repairs the next morning. And they appear to be weary and tired, as if they have traveled far.
Do they have a particular accent? I'm assuming they're speaking in some form of common.
They're speaking in common with a sort of like blended in Ordai, which Bryn would recognize as the language of the people of this region. You probably don't know that language, I would think,
Right.
Quint.
I wouldn't know.
But it's mixed enough where you catch certain elements of common.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll head back to the group. They seem concerned about the wagon, as would make sense. It appears to be broken. They're cooking fine-smelling meat over the fire, and they speak like our wolf friend here. Seems to check out.
Rather than just all this sneaking around, maybe we should just go to them and say hello.
Yes, why don't we lay our weapons down and walk to them naked even? Yes, good idea, good thinking.
Well, I don't know that I would go that far necessarily.
So Brennan checks. He says, "I'm concerned that they don't have a guard set up. They seem to be oblivious to their surroundings.
They do sound well worn and tired. Perhaps they just are not as smart on the road as you might be, my friend."
It's true. They could be, novices at this.
I think we could offer them some assistance, perhaps.
Bryn, why would they be out here?
I really can't think of a wise reason to be out this particular location. As I say, I mean, this is on the way to trouble. They do not seem to be prepared for trouble in my reckoning. So this is why I'm confused. They seem too naive. This is why it seems unusual to me and somewhat dangerous.
Dave, question from a direction standpoint, which way is the cart facing? Is it facing in the same direction as we're going, or the opposite direction, like it's coming back?
It's facing in the opposite direction, as if it's heading to where you came from.
Got it. So it's already been someplace, and it's actually on its way back.
So from that perspective, one might surmise that they know that there's trouble coming from the east, and so they're going west.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, you guys, let me see. What are your... You got pretty high passive insight, Quint and Bryn. Well, Quint more so. Quint, I think you would have intuited that they don't appear to be a threat. They appear to be having trouble on the road.
Okay. Were they well armed? Anything that I was able to pick up as far as seeing weapons?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was pretty awesome though. I mean, it was a solid 8.
Yeah, but it was
right in the middle of 8.
Great stealthing though. I'll give you that.
It was a natural 8.
Yeah, well, I think I was so impressed with myself that I may have become distracted. Yeah. Okay.
So what would
but
you guys
knowing
like to do?
Dave's benevolence as a dungeon master, I'm sure it's nothing more than some, tired, weary travelers, harmless on the side of the road. Totally cool.
And sharks.
Yes.
I believe we should offer them some assistance. Maybe a nice warning that these are dangerous lands and they should proceed with haste to return to safety.
Thank you, Doc.
They will
Thank you,
probably
Scott.
need assistance on the road, getting the wagon going, but we could probably help with that.
Yeah, I agree. We could help them get on their way, and maybe find out more about them and maybe what they've experienced to get here.
Maybe someone not quite as menacing as Quint should make the first contact with them.
Well, you, sir, are probably the least menacing person I've ever met.
He'll kind of choke, cloud of smoke from his pipe.
Thanks, Rob.
I will accompany the boy if it to make you feel better.
Thelonious snorts.
That is very kind of you to say. I appreciate that.
Most underhanded compliment ever. I love it.
Yeah.
It was quite backhanded.
First of all, thank you, Doc and Scott and Rob, for the gift subs. Really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who's here. We're gonna take a break in just a couple of minutes, but we're gonna see how this plays out. So, Brother Aerolith and Quintrell Whitcomb are going to make the first contact with the folks that are having roadside trouble. They're kind of like the AAA of Greyhawk here. So. So you approach. How do you approach, Brother Aerolith?
I just walk right up.
Okay. As you do,
I will accompany him, but behind him.
Before they do that, though,
yeah, go ahead.
Can I throw a bless on them?
Of course. Yeah, you can bless.
And before they do that, I'm going to knock an arrow in my longbow.
Okay. All right. Anything from
So
Balfor
cynical.
as preparation?
That
Yeah,
question I asked you, Dave, before, I'll be prepared with that item.
Okay.
In fact, I'll go ahead and roll sleight of hand to see that I do that.
Stealthily.
Yeah, that's
So-
a 10.
Dave, for the bless, I'll put it on Aerolith, Quint, and since Bryn is knocking an arrow on Quint as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so Balfor has a nature's mantle cloak, and that's going to allow him to basically, when the area is kind of lightly obscured, which I presume this area kind of is with trees and whatnot, etc., that he'll basically hide, but he will have his, even when he's kind of almost directly in their vision, and he will have his quarterstaff out to be able to take action if needed to be, but he potentially could be coming with a surprise attack if he is hidden.
Okay.
Nice.
I like it. All right. So you make your way forward, Quint and Aerolith, and as you do, not trying to be stealthy, being forthright in your approach, as you approach and you get within the glow of this campfire that has been started, you watch as all three of these individuals stand at your approach. The man, who appears to be an older individual, pulls out a short sword. The two other people, both women, much younger than the man, step backwards a little bit, and they both brandish daggers. And the man says, "Who are you and where are you coming from?"
Greetings. My name is Aerolith. I see you're having trouble with your cart. My friend and I have come here to see if we could offer some assistance.
I'm
Sounds a
Quint.
bit fishy.
It appears you have, and I'll kind of nod toward the wagon, trouble on the road. Perhaps we might assist. Where are you bound?
We are headed to Nareen Gol Garam.
We just came from there.
Yes.
See
Roll-
that you visit, what is his name? Borgachin, fine dumplings with meat. But in the meantime, perhaps we might help.
There are also a plethora of vegetarian options if you like that.
One of you guys roll a persuasion check with advantage, whoever wants to roll it.
Sure.
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. I was going to say.
The vegetarian bit really got him interested.
I was going to
indeed.
say, I'm sure your persuasion's better than mine. With advantage? I rolled a nat
Yeah.
20.
Oh my God. All right. He the old man looks at you and says, "Vegetarian, you say? Huh." And one of the women behind steps forward, and she has short, dark hair. She has a shawl or like a blanket kind of wrapped around her, but she's holding out the knife. She puts the knife back in a sheath on her belt, and it disappears from view. And she says, "Let them come, Father. Perhaps they are going to help us, and we can be on our way much quicker. Don't you think?" And the other woman does the same, and she says, "Yes, it is dark. We have fire. We have food. If we pay you in these ways, you will help us with our cart. Yes? Yes?"
I'll kind of look over at Aerolith and
Well, I can't speak for my traveling companion. However, I can say that I require no reward for assisting good folks.
kind of
such as
throw
you
an
on the
elbow.
road.
The fire sounds wonderful. Yes. That would be fine.
Come and warm yourself then.
So, Brother Aerolith will come over closer to the fire.
What are the rest of you doing as they join the people at the fire?
So I'm going to come near, but I'm not going to come all the way next to the fire. I'm just going to come up to the edge of the encampment and sort of just give like one of those head bobs. Well met. And kind of just stay at the edge.
So you're making your presence known, but you're not joining them in around the
Not
fire.
quite yet.
Okay, got it.
I will put my arrow back in the quiver and throw my bow over my shoulder though, and not look quite as menacing.
Thelonious and Balfor, how about you?
Lennox is watching this play out, and he's kind of concerned as to how many of us can suddenly just additionally show up without causing a problem. He's
How many of there are you?
Oh, well, there's me and my companion, and there are 3 others. As you might imagine, we were
Yes, come join the throng.
we were cautious when we meet someone else in a road out here. These are dangerous lands, so we
Yes.
were very cautious.
Indeed. Well,
I'm reminded of a tale once told of a halfling who had visitors, but they only come in pairs, one at a time. 'Tis best that we all come at once.
aye. It is smart to be wary upon these roads. Come, the rest of yous, come in. They seem pretty. This guy seems pretty trusting, because you rolled a natural 20 with your vegetarian argument. And they have no problem with you joining the rest of you if you so decide that you want to, and they spark up a conversation with you. Balfor, do you join the?
Yeah, I mean he'll be the last to join. He slides his hood down, puts his quarterstaff back in kind of on his back, but he does not necessarily like join, like nestle up to the fire and get a cup of soup and dig in right away. He's really kind of trying to figure out what this group is about, and so that he'll make his presence known, but really he's staying in the back.
Okay. So
Lennox, on the other hand, walks into the camp, full on, not even, doesn't have any weapons drawn, but he walks as though he is perfectly confident in what he's doing, showing no fear, nothing, giving nothing away.
Okay, so as you join the fire, some of you more being a little bit more amicable than others, perhaps, but you do strike up a conversation with these travelers. You learn that they are nomads that are relocating their lives out of the Howling Hills. They're heading west. In fact, they say that they're going as far as Wilderhaven in the Sepia Uplands. So they're traveling a great distance to the west and south. The man introduces himself as Orvid York. His two daughters are Gila and Nora.
As they're conversing,
yes.
I'd like to try and go nondescript and kind of slip away and skulk around to the far side of the wagon just to have a peek in there to see if I see anything that kind of aligns with what they're telling us.
Sure. Give me an investigation check as you do that.
Okay. Do you want to stealth first?
Oh, you're trying to like sneak away. Yeah. Give me a stealth check.
I just want to kind of meld off into the darkness unnoticed because they're all chatting. All right. That is a 15 on stealth.
Okay.
And then I'm not going to burn an advantage on this investigation. I want to save those because I feel like we'll probably have to do combat at some point. Dirty 20 on the investigation.
Okay. All right. You get up to relieve yourself maybe, or whatever it might be, and they quickly kind of forget about your presence as you drift into the darkness, into the shadows, and make your way over to the cart. The cart, first of all, the axle is broken. There's no question about it. The wheel is intact and it could be repaired with a bit of craftsmanship. You kind of ply back some of the tarps that have been tied down, and you can see that there are domestic goods. There's a giant, what appears to be like a yurt that is packed up into the cart. Most of these people, and you would probably know this too, Bryn, that oftentimes these nomads will pack up an entire yurt, pack it into a cart, and move themselves to a different part, often seasonally. Multiple times a year they will do this. So it's not completely unheard of that would be the case. You do see that they have some, let's see. There is a small locked chest that's also buried amongst their domestic goods that you see just the corner of. And then as you kind of peel back a little bit more to see, you can tell that there's a lock on it. And you also see that there is a bundle, a canvas blanket almost, and inside of that, as you peel that back, you can see wrapped inside of that blanket are a number of long swords of fine craftsmanship.
Okay. I will replace everything that I had moved right back where it was and just wander back to camp.
Okay. Now, all of you have pretty decent passive insight. You get the sense that Orvid is, while having been persuaded to allow you presence initially, he is a little uncomfortable as more of you had come out of the darkness to join. He was fine when it was just this unassuming young monk who was here to provide roadside assistance. But now, with the rest of you coming forth, some of you standing in the shadows, not bravado, but a sense of fearlessness, perhaps, from the cleric. These things make him a little uncomfortable. Conversation begins to happen, though, nevertheless, and they share food with you. You learn that they have been traveling for a number of days. They have seen goblins in the hillside. One of the women talks a bit about how her husband was killed His name was Lucan. He was murdered in the hills by goblins, and they narrowly escaped. That seems to add up in terms of any insight that you might have. That is on the up and up. The story seems true enough to you. And that's Nora. Gila talks a bit about superstitions that she has of the hillside and how there are stories that she has been told of the spirits of the Wolf Nomad warriors sort of drifting amongst the hills and the crags and the outcrops, perhaps protecting their burial grounds from people who would seek to steal things from them. She seems to be very convinced of these stories, whereas her sister Nora seems to think that these are just poppycock, and she seems to be a bit more practical. Is there anything in particular that your characters would want to ask of these three? I know we're butting up against our break, which I'd like to get to, but if there's any additional questions that you want to ask them, let's do that right now. We don't have to RP it all out, but are there any details you'd like to know?
I think Quint might just inquire sort of randomly if they plan to do any trading, did they bring anything with them? Knowing that the outpost, the bazaar, is a trading post there at Nareen Gal Garam, just to see, thinking in the back of my mind, I saw those swords, which was kind of like, see what he responds.
Okay. Yeah, he tells you that indeed they have intentions to go to Nareen Gal Garam and to trade for additional supplies that will take them on their long journey to Welderhaven in the Sepia Uplands. So indeed, they are traders, and they're heading west to get out of this area.
The only thing I'd do at that point is probably just ask, like, what do they typically trade? That kind of thing. Just again, trying not to be too inquisitive, but
yeah, he talks about the some of the foodstuffs, game that they kill on the range. You don't get the sense that they're well traveled. They're not like bumpkins or anything, but they seem like perhaps they've only been to a place like Nareem Gal Garam maybe once or twice before. So you don't get the sense that they are experienced merchants by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay.
Balfor wants to know if they had run into trouble where they had been coming from, numbers of people that are, potential whether they ran into orcs or some other type of problem on their way, and if there was a easier pathway so that they didn't necessarily, are there more than one paths that they could potentially avoid the problems?
Okay. Roll a persuasion check for me.
Okay.
Thanks for the resub, Andy G3D.
8.
Nice.
Yeah,
so basically what Nora tells you is that her husband Lucan was killed by goblins as they were making their way through the foothills. You get a sense that she is very keen on leaving this area. She gives her sister she takes jabs at her sister, who is much more superstitious. Her sister having a sense of feeling like they've been perhaps cursed, and that the death of Nora's husband had something to do with some of the items that they had found in the hills.
Okay. All right.
What about the rest of you guys? Bryn?
What you just told Balfor just kind of answered my question.
Bryn or Aerolith? Anything from you guys?
Oh, go ahead, Bryn.
What sort of items is she concerned with the cause of this so-called curse?
Oh, good boy. Give me an insight check for Bryn.
A big 3.
Nora kind of like brushes off the question and doesn't really want to answer it. She seems like she tries to redirect the conversation towards back to the cart, perhaps. But Gila opens up to you later, perhaps talking about how they had found 2 wolf skulls that she believes were cursed and had led to the death of Lucan, and she would like to get rid of them. And she maybe takes you aside at some point that night and shows you the skulls. They are beautiful skulls engraved with rune-like symbols that you would recognize the names of the wolves. In this case, Tugon and Abaka. You might not recognize the names, but you recognize that the symbols indicate the names of these wolves. They appear to be adult wolf skulls. And she, without her father and her sister knowing, she confides in you that these need to be taken back to the hills. Would you take these? Don't say anything to my father and my sister. They should go with you. You are a wolf nomad.
I will think about it.
Okay. Have you thought about it? How much time do you need?
How about now?
I got an idea. Let's do this. While Bryn considers her request, we are going to take our the one break of the night. So I want everybody to remember that we are going to give away a couple of Troll Lord Games $10 gift codes for their online store. The only way to enter is !troll. When we come back from our 5-minute break, we'll go ahead and make those selections. So please stay tuned. Hang with us. We'll be back in 5 minutes. We appreciate you all being here, and I'm excited to see what happens next with this group. We'll see you shortly. Understood. Yeah, this is fun. Hey, we're back, everybody. Thank you so much. We were just mentioning that if we're not careful, this one shot's going to turn into a campaign real quick. But before we jump back into it, I do want to go ahead and give away these Troll Lord game gift cards for their online store. Enter !troll to be in the giveaway. I'm going to go ahead and draw that in just a second here. Big thank you to the folks at this table, Rob and Scott and Bob and Tim and Chris. You guys are super fun, amazing role play in the first half, you guys. That was fantastic stuff. And this is just a little glimpse of what you can find on Wily Hobbit's Sunday, every other Sunday game, The Secrets of the Flyness, which is has been just a joy to play in. And that's kind of how I met a lot of you guys. So really nice to be continuing that friendship here in this space. And I'm looking forward to hopefully meeting up with you guys at GaryCon next year. Okay, so without further ado, we're going to go ahead and roll to get some winners here. So the first winner, here we go. Digiventures has won the first $10 gift card. So let's see, we should probably at them so that they know. Digiventures, you won. Hit me up, let me know that you're here, and we'll get that code to you after the game. And let's go ahead and roll for the second person. Here we go. Wandering Endlessly. Hey, congratulations. Thank you for being an awesome member of this community. We really appreciate you being here and hanging out with us. You won. So hit me up and I will get you those gift codes. Thank you so much. Now, as we jump back into our game here, we have met up with a group of travelers who have found themselves waylaid on the road with a broken wagon. They appear to be somewhat uncomfortable, but at the same time forthright in some of the information that they provided to the party. One of the women pulled Bryn aside and had mentioned to him that she felt as though the death of their fourth party member had come at the from some sort of a curse maybe that had been bestowed on them for possessing what certainly proved to be extremely valuable ceremonial wolf skulls that Bryn would recognize as possible items that were found in and amongst or nearby some of the burial sites in the Howling Hills of some of the ancestors that they keep and worship and honor there. Bryn has had agreed to take those from the travelers to see that they be returned, perhaps doing so in the tomb of Viliusk the Mighty, of which they seek. And in doing so, you have also helped to get these travelers back on the road the next morning. You give them the roadside assistance that that we've all come to expect and love, especially from Brother Aerolith, who seems to be the ambassador of peace. And you have now set off deeper into the wilds of the Howling Hills in search of the tomb. Now, you do have a map, Bryn, so let's get a survival check. As you utilize that map, you will have advantage for that roll.
All right, first roll is 20, and the second roll is a 22.
Very nice. Very good rolls. You all follow your guide as they lead you deeper into the hills, into an area that becomes more rocky in nature, more exposed bedrock, large outcrops of basalt. And you eventually find your way to an area where there are monuments, rock formations, cairns, if you will, that begin to match up with the map that you have, Bryn. And you find yourselves standing at a rock pile nearly hidden in the edge, in the side of a hill, perhaps overgrown with grasses, perhaps a broken branch of a nearby stunted dead scrub oak that has fallen over it. But this you believe to be the entrance to the tomb that you seek, Viliusk the Mighty. What would you like to do?
So I'd like to investigate the area, see if we could clear some of the brush away. I want to make sure there's nothing dangerous there as we try and open the area up, or discover the opening of the area.
All right, give me an investigation or perception check, your choice. What are the rest of you doing while Bryn is looking about and surveying the area?
I think Quint would just be on watch, on guard, as Bryn Londo begins to see if we're in the right place and all of that.
So I rolled a 9 on my perception.
Yeah, you don't see anything of danger, of immediate danger right now. What you pick up on is that this entrance to Viliusk's tomb does not appear to have been breached, which gives you great hope that perhaps everything is as it should be inside.
Indeed. So I'm going to try to gain entrance.
Okay. It will take you some time. With the help of your friends, you're able to remove the rocks that are piled at the entrance to this place. You see, as you do that, maybe 2 or 3 hours later, where you've opened it up enough where you can actually get in, there are rough-hewn stone-cut steps that lead downward at a gentle slope into the hill. Beyond is darkness. I think Balfor, I think you might be. Does anyone else have dark vision besides Balfor?
I'm Brother Aerolith's an elf, so he.
Oh, yes, Brother Aerolith as well. So you can see sort of a grade sort of vision into this place. And there are stone stairs that disappear into a corridor below. You can make out with your dark vision the faint adornment of etched stonework along the walls that lead down into this place.
Brother Aerolith will say, "Wow, this is a much more elaborate tomb than I had anticipated."
You just hear crickets in response.
Feel free to disagree.
This is what the tomb of great leaders looks like.
Do we need to go inside somewhere then, I presume? Underground.
I'm guessing we go down the stairs.
Yes. That's what we should do.
Very
So
well.
what is your
I
marching order?
Well, Bryn will go first.
Aerolith's
I
happy
don't
to
have,
follow.
Sounds good. Because I don't have dark vision, I guess I'll fire up a torch.
Okay.
Now I don't either. Aerolith will follow him.
And Balfour will go next.
Okay.
I would be happy to bring up the rear if our friend of the light is amenable to this.
Yeah, Thelonious is happy to go right before Quint. He is going to cast light. He carries a rod with him, specifically just for this purpose. It's not very large, just something to hold in his hand that he can hold in his shield arm, but have an object to cast light on.
Okay. So as you walk into the space, Bryn, you start to see from the illumination of the torch that there indeed are familiar to you stylized poses of wolf nomads hunting and fishing and riding forth as if into war. Other similar activities that are etched into the walls. Some of the paint that had been put in place on this has flaked and has long eroded and faded. The walls themselves appear to be of a broken timber framing, not not stonework other than the stairs that go down. And then there are some rocks at the bottom of the stairs, which descend about 10 feet, 10 to 15 feet, as it then sort of grades into a dirt floor. And you find yourselves, as you move forward, insects skittering in front of your feet, centipedes and spiders and other crickets of the darkness that skitter away from the light of your torch. Find yourself eventually in a large room that's about 25 feet squared, low ceilings, again, timbered. Many of the timbers on the walls and the ceiling have cracked, and this appears to be very old. There are 2 doors, one to the north and one to the south, both of which appear to be closed. And then there's a 3rd door to the east the farther you go in. So you're coming in from, I guess, the west, and you're moving through this space to the east.
Bryn, do you know the location of your ancestor, or are we just going to have to search?
Well, the map that I was provided just, guided me to the tomb. I don't have a map of the inside. So, yes, we're going to have to explore.
So this is a tomb for more than one person?
Actually, I don't know the answer to that.
Oh.
My understanding would be that it would be for a single individual.
Yeah, you would know that oftentimes warriors, especially warriors such as chieftains such as Viliusk, would likely have been buried with others, perhaps favorite guards, perhaps their wives, that sort of thing.
Did these people die at the same time, or were they added later?
Well, oftentimes there are ceremonial slayings of individuals that would be buried with them to follow them into the afterlife. Absolutely.
Balfor asked Bryn, is there anything specific that that he would have been buried with that might be unique to him, or what he might be buried with, but familiar enough that I would know it?
Before I answer that question, I wonder if Bryn shared with the rest of the party, or maybe specifically Balfor, the whole wolf skull interaction. I'm not sure that he would have been, hey, I got these wolf skulls from the one young lady, but he might talk to Balfor about it. So I'm gonna say that's what we did.
Okay.
And then I will say to Balfor, something like these skulls might, be an example of something he might have been buried with.
Okay.
When we got here, though, this tomb appeared to me like it had not been disturbed. So I'm not sure that these particular skulls came from here. But yeah, it wouldn't be outside of the norm that something like this might be buried with this great.
Bryn, roll a history check for me, please. And don't forget that you guys do have some advantages that the community has bestowed upon you so graciously.
Yeah, I will. I'll do a history check with advantage. First one is a 17, and my second is a 15.
Okay. So after spending some time with these skulls, perhaps looking them over more, you, as I mentioned before, you can read the runic writings, you understand them. You know that the names of the 2 skulls, the wolves of the 2 skulls you have, are Tugan and Abaka. With that history check, you're able to recall that these were of wolves that had served with Viliusk the Mighty.
Okay, so then I'll amend what I said. I said to Balfor, I said, though it appeared that, at least the main entrance of the tomb has not been disturbed in many years. These skulls should have come from here. Now, I don't know whether that means there's another way in or out of this tomb, or what the situation is, but perhaps that's the answer to your question.
Balfor thanks Bryn, and with that, he is going to actually cast Locate Object, and the object that he's going to try to locate is a wolf skull.
Okay.
Other than the two that I have.
Other than the two that you currently have.
Oh, very cool. That
You
was
find two
that's a
next to you.
great spell to have for this
It
type
is.
of thing. So give me a
Nice.
little bit of detail. What's the range? What is any limitations to that I should know about?
Yeah. So you sense direction at the object's location as long as that object is within 1,000 feet of you. If the object is in motion, you know the direction, its movement. In order to do this, you either need to have seen the object specifically that you're looking for. Alternatively, the spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind, such as a certain kind of apparel, jewelry, furniture, tool, or weapon.
Wolf skull.
Or a skull. I don't know. That's what I was going.
Or skull. I think that's in the errata. They added
That's right.
skull. Yeah.
So I don't know if you'd let me do it, but I was thinking that if potentially if he was buried with a skull, this might be able to help us as like a sonar beacon in the direction that we need to be going to help locate it.
Okay. Yeah. So what does this look like when you cast a spell, Balfor?
Yeah, so he typically is, again, he's is a druid, so he will go through some chanting, as well as you'll see him pull out of his pouch that he has. He has a small branch or twig that he'll basically wave and also kind of move it in the directions of where he might be actually heading towards, or trying to locate, if that makes sense. So that he's kind of moving this small forked twig or branch in the directions to try to help locate the direction that he might travel.
Kind of like a divining rod sort of idea, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you do get a sense that there is another wolf skull in this place. There is if you guys are looking at the map that I put up, there are doors to the north here, to the south here, if you can see that. And then there's a door here to the east, and that you are getting pulled in that direction, Balfor, to the east.
Okay. So Balfor relays that information to the rest of the party, that he feels that that we should be heading due east and not necessarily be heading in a north or south direction.
All right. Then I suggest we follow that advice and do that.
Agreed.
Okay, you guys move forward, and as you get to the door, I guess, Bryn, you're in front,
Yeah.
and you reach for the door.
Yes.
As you try to pull the door open, you can hear it splintering. It's as if it is jammed in the doorway, as if over time, perhaps, the wood of the door or the wood of the jamb has swollen a bit, but then dried and cracked. You feel as though if you pull much harder, the door will just rip right off.
Well, I guess I'll rip it right off.
Not a bad idea. The door easily breaks as you pull on it, and it shatters. The rest of you watch as wood splinters and falls to the ground at Bryn's feet. You see before you, looking upon a stone sarcophagus in this room. Let me see if I can illuminate this for you in the VTT. We're using Owlbear Rodeo here, which is a pretty neat Pretty neat deal. All right. You can see that there is indeed, there we go, a stone sarcophagus inside of this room. It appears to be fairly ornate. This room also bears more of a stone foundation and stone walls about it.
Nothing ever bad happened looking at a stone sarcophagus in a crypt.
Everything is fine.
It's good.
Do you enter the room or investigate any further? That's basically what you see standing outside the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out the 2 skulls that I have in my backpack and enter the room.
We should get up there, make sure he doesn't do anything foolish.
Yeah, Aerolith will follow him.
So you brandish the skulls and you move inside the room. When you do so, Bryn, I'll move you into the room here. You can see immediately that there is a stone plaque on the wall written in Ordai. You can read that plaque. It says Barorn the Old. So you get the sense that someone by that name perhaps is laid to rest here.
So I relay to the others what I've read. This is not our great ancestor, but probably one of his warriors.
Roll a history check for me, Bryn.
It's a natural 20, so it's a 21.
You recall of the stories perhaps told to you by those who assigned you this task, perhaps the Noyan himself, who is the leader of your particular group, that Barorn was a loyal advisor to Viliusk the Mighty. And that, as I mentioned before, you would also know from your connection with this culture that oftentimes these folks would be buried in the same tombs as their chieftain.
So I'll relay that to the party that Baroni is, in fact, great advisor to. He who cannot pronounce.
Are there any ways out of this room with the sarcophagus?
Do you enter in, Aerolith, to look upon it?
I sure do.
Okay. At first glance, you don't see any additional ways out. There are no additional doors that you see at first glance.
I want to check it for secret doors.
Okay. Give me a little bit more of an investigation check as Bryn is narrating some of these details to you. Aerolith moves into the room and begins to look about. Balfor, you're still being pulled beyond the sarcophagus.
I'm going to use one of those advantages that the community gave on my investigation check.
Very nice.
And I'm glad I did, because the first one was a 5. And the second one's a 13.
A 13.
That's better than 5.
That's much better than 5, and better than the DC that I had set up for locating a secret door.
All right.
You look down along the wall on the eastern side, just beyond the sarcophagus, and you can see that there's a crack in the wall. And in that crack, you can feel a slight flow of air. It's not a breeze, it's not a wind, but you can just feel that there's something behind it.
So I'm going to say, Bryn, I believe I found a secret door in this chamber.
Fantastic. Question, DM. So based on what my instructions were, obviously I'm coming to retrieve and move our revered ancestor back to, our main communities. What am I supposed to do or not do with all of his underlings that are interred here?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
So my basic mission is to come and collect our ancestors' remains
Right.
and bring him back to the main community. Am I supposed to do anything with
Gotcha.
his interred, underlings?
You get the sense that your main mission, that no one said anything about bringing like Barorn's remains back with you. Really, the most important thing at this point is Viliusk.
You get to go with him, but if we relocate him, you ain't coming.
Kind of.
Well, all right.
So Balfor, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Tim.
let's move on with Balfor and little elf dude's plan there.
Yeah, so Balfor lets the group know that he's still feeling a strong pull towards the direction of where the secret door is, and he relays that back to Quint and Thelonious, who's still in the main.
Very
room.
well, then we should probably follow this.
I'm glad we brought these elves along.
Bryn, is there anything we should be doing to pay respects as non-members of your tribe or group? I wish to honor your dead.
I appreciate that. So I relayed to him what the standard, recognitions would be in this situation.
You have certain sort of ritualistic, I guess, honorables that you would make, offerings perhaps that you would make. And so you can do that as you make your way through here. You probably did before you even entered the tomb. You would have maybe burned some of the herbs that you carry with you as a token of safety and honor. You would also be sure to keep an eye that nothing is unnecessarily disturbed as you make your way through the space. But this whole area that you've been in so far appears to have had little, if any, activity. It is dusty and dank, sealed, aside from the fact that beyond this wall, your companions are telling you there is an additional impetus to move on and find that skull.
Yeah.
I would, as we come through the room, I would stop and maybe place my hand upon the top of the sarcophagus, and then anybody watching would notice a shiny glint of red as I leave a small uncut garnet on top of the sarcophagus.
That's interesting.
So do you, what do you do with the knowledge of this secret door or this wall, this false wall ahead of you?
So I'll point it out to Bryn so that it's right here. I would presume you would like to open it.
Yes, please.
Would you like me to do it? I was waiting for you since these are your ancestors, but I'm happy to throw it open, as they say.
Yes, why don't you open it while the rest of us prepare ourselves for anything untoward?
Aerolith,
I'll hold my arm out.
And daggers and big blades.
You go
coming
first, buddy.
through.
I'll hold my right arm out
Right,
and my
exactly.
cloak
the
sleeve.
big round thing that looks like a sagittal saw coming out to cut your head off. Sure.
You
Quint
go
would
first.
pull his arm up and pull his cloak sleeve back a little bit, and you'll see a hand crossbow that is loaded. That seems to be affixed to his forearm by some, leather strapping or something.
Okay.
Do we have anyone that can check for traps or no?
I could look for sure. Yes.
Okay, Quint. Balfor asked Quint if he would mind checking the wall, clicking
be-
around it, tapping, etc. However he wants
You
to.
seem as the type that would know how to check for traps. and
Yes. Yes. Of course.
whatnot.
Would be happy to. I'll burn an advantage. Do you want sleight of hand, or do you want investigation? What do you want here, DM?
I would say investigation.
Okay, I'm going to burn an advantage on that. It's trying to get you to pick sleight of hand. You sure you don't want sleight of hand? I got a better modifier.
How about
How about
performance?
how about stealth? All right, someone go ahead and burn one of my 4 advantages. Thank you,
All right.
viewers. Ooh, and I got a 19 plus 2 is 21.
Right in front of the wall where Aerolith and Balfor have been indicating is a door. You can see just at Aerolith's feet, if he were to step 1 footfall closer to the wall, that he would have pressed down on a pressure plate. There is some sort of a stone in the floor that looks different than the rest to you.
Okay. I'll point it out to Pierce. There it is, indeed a mechanism. Is this something that I look like I might be able to trigger, disarm, avoid? Were we able to
All of
enter
those
by
things.
just simply avoiding it?
You could try to do any of those 3 options. What would you like to do?
I would like to leave this armed if we might, just in case anyone follows behind. It would still be set for them.
Okay.
Just step over to this plate, and I'll very clearly make sure I have everybody's attention and point out where the pressure plate is in the floor.
Okay.
Sounds like a good plan.
Well, I'm not sure why anyone would go to such trouble to trap a tomb, but... And then he'll swing the door open.
All right, you push on the door, and it takes a bit of pressure, but it looks now as though the bricks and the blocks and the stonework that have been placed here are actually a swiveling door that you can push forward, and you just hear the kind of the grinding of stone on stone as you gaze upon a hallway in front of you that leads further into the space. Your divining rod of wolf skull pulling you forward farther down the hallway, continuing to the east.
And here we go.
Let's continue.
Yes.
Balfor lets the party know where it's pulling him, and he'll move through the door, presumably next to Bryn, wherever Bryn is on the map. Yep.
And I'll follow behind them.
Okay.
As we're walking, I'm going to pull out some bit of leather strapping that I have in my bag, and I'm going to tether these 2 wolf skulls that I had pulled out of my backpack, and I'm basically going to just kind of like wear them, and then I'm going to pull my short swords as we continue.
Okay, so you pull out your short swords. Is anybody else prepared for any sort of possible combat as you enter into this space?
I've just got my hand crossbow drawn and ready.
Okay.
Hand at my hip.
Yeah, Balfour's got his quarterstaff.
Brother Aerolith wouldn't draw his quarterstaff. He would be curious. He finds it strange, I think, that they're so concerned about this tomb, since no one was in it in the first place.
Seems quite strange. Bryn, as you...
Thelonious is...
Oh, go ahead.
I'm
Sorry. Go ahead, Thelonious.
Thelonious is trying to figure out Brother Aerolith once again, because he thought he had the measure of the man, and now he's growing increasingly concerned about his seeming naivete.
You're not wrong. Bryn, you lead the party deeper into this space, and you can see as you do so that there is again a door to the north and a door to the south. There are a set of stairs that descend is the word I was looking for, into the depths, and at which at the bottom there is a double set of stone doors. It looks like Balfor and Aerolith and the rest of them follow behind you as you make your way down this corridor.
So I take it our wayfinder is pointing us down the stairs.
Balfor, you feel as though as you look down the stairs that it doesn't seem to be pulling you in that direction. It continues to pull you east as if into the wall again.
Okay. can Balfor listen to the doors to the north and the south?
Of course, yeah. Roll a perception check as you put your ear to the doors.
Okay. Let's see, perception. That is a 9.
You don't hear anything at either door. You stop, you pause for a moment and listen. It is dead quiet.
Ooh. Are these doors? I may have missed it. Are there doors at the bottom of those stairs and then one in the wall?
Yes. So
Okay.
here, let me indicate on the map here with my little pointer doodad. So there's a door here.
Oh, okay.
There's a door here,
Ah.
and then there's a double set of doors at the bottom of the stairs that head to the south.
Thank you.
But
Sorry about
the divining rod does not appear to be drawing you in that direction. Now, Balfor, how long does that spell last? Is it?
It is, I want to say it's 10 minutes. Let me look. Sorry. Let's see. Sorry.
That's right.
Up to 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. So you're probably getting towards the end of that, but you distinctly feel it pulling you in the direction towards that wall again. And then eventually the spell's magic fades.
Okay. So Balfor lets the group know that. And probably with that information, it means that whatever it is, it's beyond this wall moving that's in front of us. And so probably the most likely way to get there would be to go down the stairs. And do we have, is anyone a dwarf or no? There's no dwarfs.
Nope.
No. So we don't really have that ability for underground sense of direction, that as long as we keep moving in the eastward direction. But that's what Balfor tells the group, is that his best guess is that we move down the stairs through the double doors, and hopefully that we'll continue to move east, because it seems like it's coming through beyond the wall.
I agree with Balfor. Let's go down the stairs and check out those double doors.
Okay.
Sounds
I
good.
swear, Chris sounds exactly like the dungeon master in like 1985, the D&D cartoon.
Dungeon
Yep.
Master.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't he sound like?
You just found out my backstory.
That's right. He's like,
Oh,
hello,
that's funny.
children.
So Brother Aerolith was a plant all along. I've got
That's
it.
right.
All right.
Get out of my
Nobody can
head,
be that-
Dr. Bob.
Nobody could be that naive.
So you
All right,
you
so
head
we're gonna go down
you
the
head to the
stairs?
south. Yep, you go down the stairs one by one, following Bryn as they guide the way. The doors at the bottom are intricately carved stone. They appear to be on hinges that open into the space to which you would likely push them into. So if you seek to open the doors, you could certainly do so.
City man, maybe you might check these for dangers.
Yes, of course.
I can't imagine there'd be more than one trap.
I will.
I can't imagine you would.
This is a regular door, right?
Yeah, I mean, these are ornate stone doors, basically.
I mean, as opposed to a secret door.
Correct,
Okay, I will
yep.
go ahead and just a regular roll on this one. Investigation.
Okay.
That is a 19. That's another 21.
Wow.
Nice.
Very nicely done. These doors do not appear to be trapped.
It appears the way is safe. Yes, we should proceed.
All right. So you say intricately carved. Is just decorative? There's nothing. There's no script of any sort.
There is no script on them, but they do have scenes of horsemen, warriors, if you will, that are riding across a steppe grassland plain. These are your people that are depicted in the relief on this door.
So it's recognizable Wolf Nomad art.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
So you make your way
we'll open
into
the
this
doors.
space. All right.
Yeah, we'll push the doors, see if we can open them.
Okay. Yeah, they open, grinding again against the stone as you reveal a large room. A splendid stone tomb stands before you. The ceiling above is vaulted and arched and supported by finely carved stone pillars. There are 2 unlit braziers that greet you upon your entry, and beyond a large stone sarcophagus.
So Balfour tells the group that he doesn't feel like this is probably the location because this is directly south. So it's not in the same direction. But he feels that they should move into the room because potentially they can get to beyond the wall of where they were before.
And maybe he wasn't buried with the wolf skull at all.
That could be the
Perhaps
case.
there's another secret way, I'm sure. This is not the place.
So yeah, I'm gonna move in. Is there any script here describing this occupant as in the previous?
You can see upon stepping into the space that the sarcophagus itself appears to be adorned with a carving of a man. It's hard to tell from that far away. You're probably 15, 20 feet from the sarcophagus. This sarcophagus is quite large, and it has atop it, as if laid during the entombment, the internment, a bunch of dried flowers and vines that perhaps were given as adornments, but they are dead and dried at this point. The air inside the space is stale and sort of still.
Perhaps we should get closer to the sarcophagus and see if you can identify your ancestor.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I'll get within
30 feet.
close enough where I can get a better look.
Okay. Thelonious, are you sort of keeping watch at the top of the stairs, or do you enter into the room with your companions as well?
Keeping watch for now, because the quiet of this place is not completely unexpected. Still, he wonders, knowing how close we are to potential danger.
Okay. So you kind of stand up on the stairs.
I think Quintrell will begin searching the walls for secret doors, traps, all of that.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
And I'm going to go ahead and burn one of my advantages on this one.
Okay. As you approach, Bryn, to closer to this sarcophagus, we'll come back to you in a second, Quint. Bryn, you see that indeed this appears to be the likeness of Viliusk the Mighty that's carved in it.
So I'm gonna get out a flask of oil, and I'm gonna go around to the different braziers and pour some oil in each of them and light them with my torch.
Okay.
So that we can illuminate the room.
The space is now illuminated. What did you get, Quint, on your roll?
12.
Okay. Quint is searching about for any sort of passages or secrets that may lie in the shadows, now illuminated much better by the light of the braziers. There's a brazier now lit in each corner, the 2 that are in the space.
And then I'm going to see about clearing the dead foliage and plants and offerings and stuff.
Okay. You can easily remove that either carefully or by brushing it aside. You do get the sense that this is the tomb of your ancestor. It certainly bears the likeness. It doesn't have a name on it necessarily, but it gives you, it's quite a bit more ornate than the sarcophagus that you encountered previously. but you see nothing else about the space other than this sarcophagus. There are no. Give me another history check, Bryn. What is Balfor doing, and what is Aerolith doing at this point while the braziers are being lit?
Brother Aerolith is curious about how we're going to actually get the body back. So he's going to be asking Bryn all sorts of questions like, how is it that we're going to transport this body? Surely we're not going to take the whole, and he's going to be asking questions like logistical questions.
We're going to build a litter and we're going to carry it.
What was your history check? And then Quint, you don't find any secret passages.
Very well.
It's a 3 on that history check.
The one thing that I'll give you, even though that's pretty low, is that you do know that oftentimes these chieftains are cremated in a ceremonial fire, and so oftentimes the stonework, the monuments are more ceremonial and more decorative in nature.
So
You also know, I'll also give you this because this is your culture, that oftentimes individuals of importance like Viliusk the Mighty would be buried with many riches.
we're gonna. So Glinius is likely in an urn, and there should be other items of note as well in the tomb. We will sack all of it up and carry it out.
Oh, well, that certainly makes it easier.
So Balfor is going to basically search the remaining portion of the room while these guys are doing this. Not necessarily the walls, because Quint was doing that, but see if there's any other items in there. He's also wondering to himself that he's listening to this conversation between Quint and Bryn, is that if they cremate, then why are we looking at it in a sarcophagus? That it's concerning to him that we're looking for basically inside a casket for a cremated material as opposed to a body. But he doesn't say anything to them about it. He's just kind of pondering that. He's just going to kind of search the room for, quickly go through it, see if there's anything else besides the braziers and the sarcophagus.
All right, give me an investigation check.
Okay. $17.
There are, in addition to the sarcophagus, there are no other urns or any other vessels that lay about. There are some what appear to be statues along the south wall that I forgot to mention right here and right here that are now illuminated by the light of the braziers that appear to be Wolf Nomad warriors standing guard, perhaps. But you don't get a sense that there's anything else in the room. It seems awkwardly empty.
Okay. So he lets the party know this in terms of what's left, that he can't find anything else. And his suggestion is we either open the sarcophagus or we go back up and check out the 2 other doors that we went by in the hallway. So I think we need to make a decision.
Well, I believe we should open the sarcophagus. This seems to be the correct one.
Absolutely, I'm of a mind of opening the sarcophagus.
I will say that I was unable to find any secret at the doors or anything. It seems strange that it would just end here, given that you thought the wolf skull was back up the other way.
Well, that presumes that this ancestor was buried with one. Perhaps someone else deeper in the tomb had a wolf skull. It seems clear that this is it.
We also haven't really solved why the 2 skulls which I carry were not here, which is where they should have been. These are all
and how the ladies came by them. A strange mystery indeed.
Well,
So job one is opening this sarcophagus, and then we'll move on from there.
agreed.
Of course.
All right. So knowing that this is a heavy stone lid to the sarcophagus, who is going to help Bryn with moving it?
Oh, Brother Aerolith's happy to help.
All right. So with the
Someone
two
should
of
be
you,
prepared to, you know, kill
I'll have-
whatever dead thing jumps out.
I'll pull a very finely
Nothing's gonna jump
made.
out.
Thankfully, I don't need to be up close and personal to
This-
do that.
the secret of this, the whole secret of this whole game is that there's no combat.
Right. It's just,
I'll-
we got
It's
it.
just a build up, just a build up.
I'll pull a very finely made dirk out of the folds of my cloak, my leather armor, and again have my hand crossbow at the ready, and just keep my position there by the stairs, knowing that Thelonious is up top, ever vigilant.
So I'm gonna put my hands on the sarcophagus, and then I'm gonna look over at Rob, and I'm gonna say, "Okay, holy man, are you ready?"
I'm always ready.
All right. So we'll remove the lid.
All right. As Aerolith and Bryn begin to push the lid off of this sarcophagus, you hear the first one to hear it actually is Thelonious on the stairs. You hear you look up into the room and you can see those giant pillars beginning to crack and chunks of stone begin to fall off. Your only thought is perhaps they've triggered a trap as the ceiling starts to crack and fall in. The pillars now bending as they begin to fall in upon you. I need everybody to make a dexterity save as rock begins to fall down from the ceiling of this room and these pillars begin to break apart. Anybody in the room?
Thelonious yells, "Get out of there!"
I'm immune to rock.
That was in your backstory. I remember seeing
Yeah, I
that.
probably forgot to write that down.
With the horses.
With
yeah.
the horse, the 23 horses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dex save.
Aerolith got
Please.
an 18.
Bryn's
Okay.
got a 19.
And Balfour is going to do it with advantage if he can.
Okay.
Quint probably got crushed.
I always do it with advantage.
Ooh. 4, and then
You're known for that.
But with
Oh.
advantage, a 21.
All right.
Okay.
Living up to your namesake, Balfor Luckyrock.
That's right.
That's right.
Is
So-
it just? And this is just in the room.
This is just in the room. Yep. Did anybody roll lower than a 14?
I did.
I don't think
I have a
You
13,
did? Okay.
Yep.
So
but I could use a +2, and then that would be.
Yeah, you.
Oh wait.
I was
Wrong
saving
stream.
that.
So you take, as you dash your way
Long
out of
game,
the
Scott.
room, Quint, you get hit by rocks that are falling. You take 9 points of bludgeoning damage as
Okay.
you make your way back to the stairs. The rest of you race back out of this collapsing ceiling. You take half of that, so you'll take 4 bludgeoning damage as the ceiling crumbles and collapses in on the space. And dust just gets sent up the stairway towards Thelonious, just as you see your friends barreling up the stairs. The chamber behind them no more.
Lift the lid, he says. Would be the right thing to do, he says.
Well, I guess
Very
that
peaceful.
wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be.
Very peaceful.
You're really
I heard
leaning into
raising
that
the roof, but-
naive adventure. I love it.
I've heard of raising the roof, but bringing down the roof is a different matter.
Perhaps these other doors will lead to a. I mean, maybe this was a. I don't know why someone would put a false tomb for someone, but perhaps these other doors lead to the actual one.
At this point, Thelonious almost does it with the hand that holding the lit rod. With his other hand, just goes. You were saying?
Well, I only meant that we should check out the other doors that we bypassed.
Well, he's not wrong. So
Maybe these are trapped too. I don't know.
I will
He's
say
right. I
for
would
the
say-
for the sake of time, because we are running low on time, you guys investigate those two the two doors, one to the north, which opens to reveal a chamber a ceremonial burial chamber that appears to be of a woman. There are urns and treasures within, which would be more expected of burials for chieftains, and in the case of the northern chamber, his wife, and the southern chamber, which might appear to be another woman of great importance to him, perhaps a second wife or a mistress.
Dave, somehow I made my token diagonal. I'm not sure how I did that, but it
That's all right.
just adds to the flavor.
We'll then check for secret passageways in this hall.
All right, go ahead and give me a investigation check. Is anyone helping with that check?
I'll help.
All right, go ahead and roll it with advantage, Balfor.
We should look together from here on out. That was a narrow escape.
Now, there are, as I mentioned, many riches within both of these areas. If you, while you're searching about, if you look inside, there are chests along the northern wall of this particular tomb here of the wife. There are urns, and there is a table along the wall that has gems laid about. In the southern, you see a similar sort of scenario where there are a couple of chests, but then the actual sarcophagus lid is adorned with gems embedded in it.
If Thelonious sees anyone so much as look at any of those in those directions, he points out that there is still a roof.
On the check, 4 on the first roll, but on the advantage, a natural 20.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, so as you're looking on this wall here, right behind this brazier, where you had been pulled by your divining rod, you can see plainly that it is a false wall, similar to the one before.
Can Quint check for traps?
I'll assist. Or
right.
wait, no, I mean, I'll
You
check.
are Quint.
But if
You
you
have
want
to
to
do it.
brain
You have
cramp,
to assist yourself.
yes, self-assistant. Yeah, I'll have an investigation of that. And I've got a 14.
Does not appear to be trapped.
That looks good.
But you are super impressed that Balfor found that.
That was a tricky, very well concealed. It's impressive for a man of the woods.
Yeah, Balfour just kind of looks at him, and he still doesn't really think much of this guy. So he just kind of nods and goes about his business. Balfour's going to try to push through the door.
Okay.
I would say that none of anybody paying attention to Quint at all would notice. He takes no notice of the treasures in either of the burial tombs of the ladies.
You easily push forward through the door, Balfor, to reveal a chamber that has along the far wall a set of doors, double doors, similar to the ones that you had pushed through into the chamber that crumbled and fell upon you. You see also that there are 2 large statues, much larger than the ones in the previous room, that depict warriors of the Wolf Nomads. Along the north and south wall, there are racks of weapons, fine swords, axes, and the like. They are heavily laden with dust. They appear at a glance to be made of exquisite craftsmanship.
This place is a king's ransom. Fineries. It's amazing it has been left untouched.
So Balfour will kind of signal up to Bryn to see if he feels like he should move forward.
Yes, I'd like to move on forward.
Okay, so with that, Balfour moves in, and hopefully Bryn will be right next to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aerolith will move in behind them.
All right. And then what of our cleric, Thelonious? Are you in there? Where are you?
He's going to
He's leaving.
stand right outside.
Oh, okay. He's like, I'm out of here.
He's had enough.
Listen, fool you once, shame on you. Fool you twice, double shame on you.
Thelonious is like, why am I even here? Wait, what am I doing here?
Oh no, I mean Thelonious, I mean, he's gathered his info and he's here he's willing to assist, but he doesn't have a vested interest in in the corpses. So he'll help as needed.
As the five of you enter into this chamber, Bryn, you know that oftentimes there are not only depictions of guards, but oftentimes, as I mentioned before, that there are members of the chieftain's most loyal servants and warriors that are buried in the tombs with them. And you get the sense as you enter this room that these statues likely depict some of his most trusted guards. Nevertheless, before you there stands a set of double doors engraved, as it were, with the markings that you'd seen before, images of conquest and battle upon a field, horsemen with lance and sword. It is very ornate and very beautiful.
City man, do you want to check these for traps?
Yes, I would be honored to do so. He looks over at Balfor. Do you wish to assist me?
I would be more than happy to assist you.
Thank you. Creepy fireman. Whoops, got a cock down. 18 and a 16, that's a dirty 20.
And this is for opening the door?
Looking for traps.
Looking for traps.
All that good stuff.
You do not see any traps. This appears to be untrapped and unlocked.
Yes, the door is open and safe.
Let's push it open.
All right. As you push the door open, let me reveal what we've got here.
Smurfs. It's the welcoming party.
You see a large chamber
Get to my clothes.
with massive pillars that support a vaulted ceiling. The cracked stone floor bears mosaics that celebrate the life of a long dead chieftain. Chests line the walls, and despite the dark braziers in the corners of the rooms, there is what appears to be a glow emanating from what appears as if it might be the sarcophagus of Viliusk the Mighty.
Oh, this is a spectacular place. Look at the sarcophagus. After you, Bryn Londo.
Now we'll pause there for a minute, as I would just want to say thank you to everybody who's hanging out with us and has been watching and cheering us on. We appreciate having the opportunity to be involved with the Virtual Greyhawk Con, and I am very excited to see what happens here next, as our friends have indeed found the chambers of Viliusk. Now, 1 second here.
So, Bryn, do your sarcophagi normally glow like that?
Uh-oh.
My friends, you look across at the sarcophagus, and as it begins to glow brighter, you see a figure emerge from a crack in the wall. At first being relieved that you had found this space, you see this figure looming. A bald-headed man stands at the entrance to a dark cave. His blood-red robes and marked by glowing blue eyes, he throws a handful of bones into the space. And I need everybody to roll initiative as we welcome Vraskuas to the stream. Join us, Vraskuas.
Hello, victims.
This is
Uh-oh.
on
fun.
Discord on Carnage with a K. But today I'm here for a different kind of carnage.
You got your camera on?
Uh-oh.
You don't want to see
And
that.
I'm playing Wizard.
Oh,
There
no.
we go.
Nice.
All
Welcome,
right,
dude.
my friends, welcome to some combat finally. So let's get some initiative rolls. Everybody roll initiative.
By the way, hi Rob, nice to meet you. Sorry I'm about to kill you.
Vraskuaz, you have advantage on your initiative because you have waited so
dear.
patiently in the wings to join us.
Oh, that's a pretty good first roll, but yeah, I'll take the first one.
It's a sneak deal.
All right, my friends. 25 to 20. 15 to 20.
16.
16 for
Quint
Vraskuaz.
is 16. Are there any trappings, symbology of Ayus? Do I recognize, knowing what I know, where I'm from, what I've been through?
Roll an insight check. Anybody else? 15 to 20?
These checks.
10 to 15?
Aerolith's got an 11.
11? What was that, Scott?
It's a 5.
5.
5.
Okay,
with
11
me.
for Aerolith.
5.
Balfor's got a 5 too.
Balfor's a 5.
As
Thelonious
does,
is a 5.
Thelonious.
What about Bryn?
Wow.
Ren's a 9.
Bryn, okay. Boy, you guys rolled some low. Okay. So
I'm okay with that.
Who would have expected a monster here?
Yep. All right. So Vraskuaz, it is your turn first. As you see these adventurers, let me reposition the map here. It is your turn, my friend. What would you like to do to these terrible, terrible people that have come here to interrupt your commune with the dead souls of the Howling Hills?
Well, for my free action, I would like to, of course, do an evil villain monologue grandstanding. I would go, oh, uninvited guest. How unfortunate for you. Wait. And then with his glowing eyes, he kind of looks up and almost in a feral kind of canine way. One of you has something I want. Which one of you has my skulls? If you give them to me now, maybe I'll let you walk out if you're alive. Maybe. And then with that, you said I already threw down I brought my little friends into the fray here.
Yep.
Okay. How far?
I would say
right, well,
Bryn is
who's-
probably about 30 feet away. The rest are a little bit farther, I would say.
Are they okay? What's the range on that? You all look like you haven't been softened up enough. I think we need to do something about that. Are they all within 60 feet?
I would say yes. Let me do a quick measurement from you. Yep. Thelonious is 45. So, yep, they're all within 60.
Okay. Since they're all nicely grouped together for me, I'm going to cast a spell.
Wait a minute. What class are you?
I'm a wizard, Dave.
Really?
Guess what, guys?
This whole game was a
adventure
setup,
opens
fellas.
Wow.
I'm actually going to cast a spell. This one sounds fun.
This is like reverse Secrets of the Flyness.
It is.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's
Love it.
it's
I will
Bizarro Secrets of the Finesse. That's what it is. It's
Yeah.
Bizarro Secrets of the Finesse.
Okay. Time to kill you. I'm going to cast Circle of Death.
oh my
That's
God.
not bad.
Everyone must make it's a con save.
Ooh.
This is how I got out of the TPK in you, because I brought in a special someone to do it for me.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
Nice.
Scott, this is what it sounds like on the other end of this.
Oh, I'm well aware. Yeah. I got you. Just remember, you got to come back to the game next week.
That's right.
I'm under strict orders from this DM to do this. So.
Yeah, he's got immunity.
I got you. Con save?
Con save. Let's see.
Brent has a 15.
Oh, no.
I do believe I'm going to do that with advantage.
Yeah, Balfort's going to do it with advantage too.
Oh,
Smart.
I have a 9.
So,
I have a 12.
and 20 for Balfour.
19, which is good because the other one would have been a 7.
Oof.
Yeah. So 15 is my high one.
Well, if you failed, you get a lovely bit of 29 points of necrotic damage.
A 15 would have, 15 would have saved. So if you rolled
that was the
15,
DC 15?
Yep, DC 15. What was the total
Right.
damage?
I'm down.
29.
So if you're 15, what if you save? What's your damage?
Half. So 29.
Yep, half of that. So it would be 14.
14.
Okay.
Quint is down in a heap in the corner.
Sorry.
One hit. It's like Tyson.
Sorry, dude.
It's like
It was a big hit. Thank you.
Yep.
It was a big hit.
Anything else from Vrasquez, our bad guy?
I can either use my attack or spellcast, right?
Correct. Yeah, your spell would have been an action, so you can
Yeah,
move
yeah.
or you can stay put and just loom and leer and.
I think I'm quite content behind my little bunch of minions here.
Yep, and it's their turn, so they will move forward.
So a coward.
Giving me the
big bad
skull
guy.
when you had a chance.
They're going to move forward. 4 of them making attacks at Bryn
Oh dear.
Ooh, what are these
Uh,
things?
with short swords. These are skeletal warriors that he has summoned through his necromancy, his dark
Everything is fine.
Iusian necromancy. First one is going to miss with a 3 on the die. Second one is a 14 to hit you, Bryn. I think that does not hit, right?
Correct.
Yeah, Bryn does not hit.
Hey, Dave, are those undead?
These are undead. Yep, these are
Yeah.
skeletons basically.
Yeah, cool.
And the third one does hit with an 18 total, so that will be. That's not so good. 4 piercing damage from a rusty short sword. That is their turn. Quint. I think
I'm
I
going
need
to
you
go
to
ahead
make a
and
death
roll
save.
a death save. Yeah, let's see what we get here. You know what? I'll go ahead and do it in D&D Beyond so y'all can see it.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Let's go with the drama. That's a 20-sider. Bam. Okay, so roll. Did it roll? Everyone.
Didn't see it.
So scary.
Save. Nope,
18.
sorry.
There we go.
That's a save. So it's 1 success for you. That brings us to Aerolith.
Oh, good. So I take it I can't get into the room because of all these dudes in front of this passageway.
You, correct. They're sort of blocking your advance. You would have to deal with them first to get through. You can move through an ally, but not an enemy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so I don't think I have enough hit points to deal through them, but I'm going to see if I can grab my mouse and move my guy. I'm just going to move up and I'm going to attack. Oh, I know there's a way to this guy.
Okay.
And let me make sure I do this right because I'm going to. So after you take the attack action, you can spin. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attack with my. I'm going to attack with. I'm going to do an unarmed attack on this guy.
Okay.
And I got a 16.
16 definitely hits as you punch him. Tell me where you hit him.
So I'm going to punch him right in the. Actually, I'm going to punch him right in the head.
All right. Roll some damage, please.
So he takes 6 points of damage.
All right, you punch him in the head, and as you do, your fist goes through the skull, shattering the skull, and that individual drops to the ground.
Nice.
All right. Then what I'm going to do is with my bonus action, I am going to, gosh, excuse me for a second. All right. With my bonus action, I am going to use a flurry of blows to make 2 unarmed strikes
Okay.
on this dude. Well, I turned off my pointer. No, I didn't. On this dude.
Okay. And just so folks who are watching know, we're using minion rules from Matt Colville, MCDM, excuse me, has some awesome minion rules for these guys. Go ahead and make another attack roll.
And it is an 11.
An 11 hits, but it kind of like reflects off of some of the chest plates that's still intact on this individual, so it doesn't do any damage.
Would a +2 help?
You'd have to be playing in the Secrets of the Finesse for that to help.
Damn, I feel like we are now. All right, I think that
Cute.
is
Very cute.
Let's see.
You get one more unarmed attack, I believe.
Oh,
right?
yeah, you're
'Cause of
right.
Flurry of blows.
Flurry of blows is 2.
Yep.
You're right. Sorry, here I go. And that one is a 24.
That one hits.
All right, and so he
7.
takes 5 points of damage.
5 points. Okay, that does not knock him down, but pieces of his armor fall to the ground. Cling, clang, clang, and he just looks at you and snarls.
Yeah.
That brings us to Bryn. You're kind of surrounded,
All
Bryn.
right. Yeah, well, we're about to take care of that business. So these skulls seem to be of importance to this Joker. So I'm actually going to brandish them as bludgeoning weapons, and
Sweet.
I am going to 2-weapon attack the closest skeleton guy. I'm
Okay.
going to attack one of the third of my 4 advantages.
All right.
Should I do an unarmed strike, or what should I use?
Give me a strength-based attack. You do not have, unless, well, no, you don't have improvised weapons, so just a straight D20, add your strength.
Okay. So, first one. That's a 6. So rolling for advantage, I'll do the second one.
Okay.
That's a 12 plus 2 is 14 for my first attack.
14 hits. And tell me, how are you using these as weapons? Give us a little flavor of how you're brandishing these.
So you'll remember earlier I had them tethered and like hanging around my neck. So I'm taking them like this. They're connected by a leather tether, and it's almost like they're boxing gloves, but they're wolf skulls.
Okay.
And
all right.
So my first strike was to punch at a skeleton in the head, and my second one I roll is going to try and do the same thing.
All right, so you punch out, roll a D6. As you swing with these in your hands, the runes on them start to glow as you punch through into the one that you hit on your first strike. Give me some damage. And add your strength bonus.
So 4 plus 2 is 6 points damage on the first strike.
You punch right through its head, similar to Aerolith, as it shatters, the shattering skull, and that individual is crushed and drops to the ground lifeless.
That is so awesome.
So for my second strike, I'm going to do the same thing with my other hand, and I'm going to attack another skeleton. I won't use my last advantage yet.
Okay.
So just one time. That's a 7 plus 2 is 9.
9 to hit.
Yeah.
That misses. It kind
So
of dips
that
out of the
being
way as you
case-
swing this glowing skull at it.
So that being the case, I'm going to use Horde Breaker, and I'm going to attack again.
Nice.
Thanks for the follow,
And,
Antiquitous 2004. Good to see you.
And this time I will use my last advantage.
All right.
So the first roll is 16 plus 2 is 18.
That hits.
And then the second roll would have been a 3 plus 2 would have been 5. So I hit.
Yep.
That was a 4. I mean, that was a 6. I rolled.
Yep. D6 plus your strength.
Okay, I rolled a 6 plus 2 is 8.
Yeah, you again bash through the second one, hitting it in the chest as it kind of lunges away from you. You punch through its chest. The skull that you're brandishing goes through. And Vasquez, as you look, you can see the skull being held in Bryn's hand. The eye sockets glow as it glares at you. And another one of these one of your skeletons drops.
I'm not happy he's doing that either. You just hang on. I'll get you.
Anything else
I'm
from
talking to the
Bryn? Do you
skull,
want to
by the way.
move? You now could press forward if you wanted to move into the room. You're no longer boxed in.
Yeah. So what is this thing right here? Am I doing this right? What is this thing right here? I don't think I'm doing it right. There's a
No.
big round thing off
Those
in the
are-
center.
Yeah, those are both pillars.
All right, I'm gonna run in, and I'm gonna make sure the pillar is between me and the bald guy.
Okay. Yep, you have pretty much full cover where you are right there. That brings us finally to Balfor.
Balfour first, because it looks like one of the skeletons. I'm gonna go to Owlbear. This guy
Yep.
right here.
Yep.
That guy's within 10 feet
Yes.
of Balfour. So because he's a polearm master, he gets an opportunity to attack because he moved within. So even before he
Okay.
actually takes his action, he's going to use his reaction
Got it.
as an opportunity attack.
Okay.
And that is a 15 to hit.
That hits.
And that's with his quarterstaff. And that guy takes 6 points of damage.
Tell me how you kill this minion.
So he basically has his staff and he basically puts it right into his sternum and then brings it straight up and pops his head off like the top of a dandelion.
Nice. Any movement or bonus actions from you?
Well, so that was my opportunity attack.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So
That
I'm
wasn't even
actually
your
gonna
action.
do my action now. So
Yep.
my action is going to be to cast. I'm going to cast Scorching Ray on the bad guy.
All right. You'd probably need to move into this space right here in front of Aerolith.
Okay. I'll
Or
do that
move
too.
in. You could, now that all of these skeletons are down, you can move right over the top of them, walking into the room if you want to. Up to
Okay,
you.
that's fine. I will do that. So I will move my guy, and then he'll do all 3 blasts at him. with it.
Nice.
So,
Do you have any
um,
advantages available?
I do. I'll use the
You
advantage.
don't have to use the advantage.
So I've got 2 advantages left, and I'll use both of them. So on my
Nice.
first one was a 10, which probably did not hit.
Nope.
My second one with advantage is an 18.
Yep.
That hits.
That hits.
Okay,
Yep.
so my first ray hits with total of 8 points of damage. So my second ray, he will shoot with advantage 2, and that is a 18 that hits.
Yep.
Okay, and that one takes 5 points of damage. And then my third, I don't have advantage on this one because I burned them all. And that is a 21 to hit.
Oh, nice.
Well, that one didn't. Yeah.
And that one hits. And that is a total of 5 points of damage more.
Wow. So what was the total on that? All that damage?
57. I was
No.
adding.
It was,
I gotta do math.
I think it was 4, 5, and 6. Was the first
Wow.
roll a 6
Thought it
on
was
damage?
18 in total.
Okay, 18
Wow.
points.
Very nice.
That's good stuff.
Thelonious, you watch as your companions start to break their way through this small horde of undead, and there are blasts and eruptions of magical energy in the room beyond. What do you do?
Yeah, Thelonious feels the waves of necrotic energy and he grits his teeth. He's no stranger to this kind of pain. Not to say it doesn't hurt, but it kind of fuels his rage a bit. And he strides into the room, strides all the way up to the first corpse. Doesn't even pay attention to the skeletal thing in front of him. I using bastard. Now it's my turn. Taste the light. And he presents his holy symbol. And question for the DM as I'm doing this. Can I use one of my advantages to impose disadvantage on a saving throw for the...
I will say sure.
Like a reverse advantage.
Yeah. And with that, he's going to channel divinity, Radiance of the Dawn.
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy.
Con save, please.
Nice.
Is that for all foes or just for
All foes.
within a certain distance, right?
30 feet, which is why
All right.
I'm glad you all walked into the room so I could get within 30 feet.
With disadvantage, you say?
16 for
Yes,
the
please.
skeleton next to you.
Mm-hmm. It would have been a lot more impressive if all these skeletons hadn't been taken out, but
Well,
you work with what you can work with.
you got to be faster next
So
time.
your friends
I
are
know.
taking your joy, so they're not your friends. That, I don't think that 2 did it.
Well,
All right.
did it for me.
Yeah,
I bet.
disadvantage.
So that
You're a good evil
is
person.
8, 9, 17, 21 points of damage if you did not save.
Jeez.
Wow. Did you fail to save, Vraskis?
Yep. I think a 2. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty solid fail
That's
there.
pretty bad.
His DC
Very
was-
nice. So
Dave, this is not going as advertised.
this
Promise me that it'd be softened up.
hey man, it's all up to you. I can only do so much. Indeed, the skeleton, the last remaining skeleton, is obliterated by your radiance as bright light erupts inside of this chamber. All shadows for the moment are dissipated. Your eyes are blinded, Vraskua, as these individuals, perhaps more capable than you anticipated, have entered into this chamber. However, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I'd say surrender's an option.
Yeah. As I'm thinking, oh, God, not Voltus. I hate these guys so much.
Morale check.
Yeah.
Morale.
I give myself quadruple advantage when I make it. All right. Yeah, well, you know what? 2 can play that game. It's time for some bursts of nice necrotic damage at that very annoying cleric who just obliterated the last of my skeletons. At least the first one is. Ooh. 21 to hit.
AC 21.
Yes.
AC 21 does hit, yes.
Yeah. 15 points of damage.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Still up?
Still up.
No. Let's do something about that. Ooh, that's even better. 25 to hit.
That's going to hit.
So proud of you, Carnage. I'm so proud of you.
Ooh, 24 points
Oh
of
my
damage.
God.
Those are good rolls there.
Oh yeah, well no, he's down.
Oh my god.
What the hell did I get hit with?
Arcane burst.
That's
And
You have one
I
more
had
of
my-
those, don't you?
I have one more of those. If I hit him now, he gets
Good God.
that an automatic 2 fails.
Yeah. He is
Or
prone, so it will be at disadvantage to hit him.
What? Disadvantage to hit him?
Yeah, because he's
Or
now
who?
prone. You're down,
Oh,
right,
okay.
Phantom?
Yes, so
Yeah. Yep. So he's prone on the ground. It would
Okay.
it would
Eh.
impose disadvantage on a ranged attack.
Oh well, then who's in the doorway?
Oh, that's Balfor.
Balfor is who? Balfor is who? Oh, the Druid. Druids. 13 to hit.
Doesn't hit. Nope.
Ah,
Balfor, you watch as these blasts of necrotic energy erupt from this demonic individual's hands, impacting the cleric who falls to the ground next to you, and then a shot comes firing at you, and you're able to duck as it flashes past you and hits the wall behind you. Anything else from Vasquez?
I'm gonna do one of those really super impressive super villain, like hood slides over the sarcophagus. A little bit
Like over the front of a Camaro. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was right out of Starsky and Hutch,
Dukes of
or the
Hazzard.
Dukes. Yeah, the Dukes. That brings us to Quint. We need a death save, sir.
All right, let's do it.
Mm.
Too bad your cleric didn't revive you before expiring.
Yeah, or heal anybody.
Oh, that's
Oh,
a
no.
1.
Uh-oh.
That's a double fail.
That's no
Bam.
good.
2 failures, 1 success.
Bam.
Oh, hey, DM question.
Yeah.
Quint, we barely knew you.
I have a feature that to use my Grim Harvest, they have to actually be dead or just down. They have to be dead. I
They
assume.
have to be dead.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. You can give me some hit points in a minute, Scott. Thanks.
Aerolith, you watch your
Uh,
cleric go down in front of you. The man that you have been bonding with over the course of the last number of days during your journey just falls as overtaken with necrotic energy. That you can see like the scarring of black, almost like burn marks across his skin.
Mm. So how far away is this guy from me?
About
Out of reach.
Let's see, 35 feet away.
Too far.
35 feet away. How do I want to do this?
You
Understanding that this is my last attack.
can always run.
I can't do that.
Yes, you can. I'll allow it.
I think what I'm gonna do. Oh gosh, it's so tough.
We're
This
running a
square
little
field
low on
taken.
time, so we'll just pick it up a little bit. We
So I
can
think
break.
as my bonus action, I'm going to activate my my Eldritch Claw tattoo.
Oh yeah.
And then
Don't
so
like the
it,
sound of that.
you can see it glow sort of under his robes, and you can see it's now the full heart with the fingers wrapped around it, and he's going to move up. Whoops, I'm pointing instead of moving. He's going to move up, and he's going to attack with his
Nice.
fisto.
Crap.
All right. And I am going to get here. Sorry. Okay. Oh, I had a nat 20.
Boom!
Oh, nice.
Man.
Oh my God.
So
Okay.
roll double the dice.
So the punching damage is 10, but there's also a 1d6 force damage now. Which is 4. So that's 10 total damage, 4 of which is force. No, I'm sorry, it's 14 total damage, 4 of which is force.
14?
Although
And
I
that's
suppose
magical damage, correct?
it is, and we
Yep.
should double the force damage, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's another 4. So it's a total of 18.
Ouch. I mean, that didn't hurt at all.
So I use my bonus action. I think that's all I can do. That's all I can do.
Okay, that brings us to Bryn. Bryn, you've seen your companions fall. You've seen another companion, Aerolith, who seemed meek and naive, just race in to fight fisticuffs. What do you do?
I'm gonna untether the skulls from each other. I'm gonna take the one in my right hand and put it on my head like a helmet. I'm gonna keep the one on my left hand on my left hand. I'm gonna draw my short sword and I'm gonna run over there and I'm gonna attack that bald dude.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna be using advantage when I attack him because I'm wearing what are called boots of the pack, which gives me advantage on attacks if one of
Nice.
my companions is within 5 feet of my enemy. So I'm attacking that dude.
And while you're
with
doing
the
that, I'm
skull
going
and my
to
sword.
use my free action to say, hey, I'm the one that's supposed to be desecrating those skulls, not you.
You say desecrating, I say using them as they were intended.
Bryn, did you raced up into melee?
Yes.
Yep. We'll say you come
And-
across the sarcophagus as well.
Okay.
Copying my moves too.
All right, so my first attack, as I say, is an advantage. So it's 19 plus 2 is 21.
Yes, that hits.
Second roll for that is a natural 20 plus.
Oh,
Nice.
Wow.
That's the skull.
Holy smoke.
Nice.
So the skull is
2d6. Roll 2d6 plus your strength modifier for damage on the skull.
okay.
Vraskos, as you see this skull again coming at you, you see the glowing eyes, and for a moment you hear in your head this howl.
So that's a
Yeah.
total of 4 points of damage.
4 points of damage.
My second attack at advantage is first roll is 13 plus 2 is 15. Second roll is 17 plus 2 is 19.
yeah.
Okay, that's a short sword. I should have
Stupid
rolled this.
adventurers.
Yeah.
But the damage on that is a 9.
Nice.
As you,
And that's my
as you get a nice little stab in, I go, that didn't hurt. Nope.
That brings us to Balfor.
Yeah, so first thing, Balfour is gonna bonus action healing word on Thelonious,
Astrolith.
and that's a 5 on my roll. I don't know if he's
You
down.
come back
but-
to consciousness, Thelonious.
Yep.
Nice.
And then he's gonna do Scorching Ray again on Bald Dude. So first ray.
Real
9
quick, Doc, not to be a rules guy, but is healing word a leveled spell?
No. Oh, yeah, but it's a bonus action.
Yeah, but it's still a leveled spell, so you can only do one leveled spell
Okay.
in a turn unless
No problem.
unless it's
Okay,
a
cool.
cantrip
No
and a
problem.
spell. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Then what he'll do is he will take his movement, move up, and then he will strike with his quarterstaff.
And you have advantage because he is now flanked.
Okay.
You don't have to give him advantage on that.
So that's 12 on the first roll and a 15 on the second roll. So,
Yes, that hits.
okay. And that's 5 points of bludgeoning damage. And that's my turn.
I look at you and I just smile and then ring my bell. And as I stand there and I go, you fools, You can't stop what's already begun. My master is coming, and now I'm gonna. I'm down.
Now he's gonna what?
Huzzah!
That's how evil I
Finish
am.
it!
I'm not gonna tell you.
Damn it.
As the necromancer falls to the ground, the chamber grows silent. You now see about you the riches of a properly entombed warrior. There is indeed, Bryn, as you look about, you see the remains in an urn. Your friend Quint lays bleeding out in the corner of the room, but I will assume that Thelonious
Leave him.
provides aid.
Prayer of healing goes out.
As a bit of, I would say, closure to this, you are able to recover the remains of Viliusk. You discover that there is an entrance that has been created into the space behind the sarcophagus, perhaps on accident, perhaps drawn there by the energy within. You also find riches that you could, if you wanted to, take, although my guess is that maybe you won't. On Vresquez, you find gold and silver, jewels, used components for various spells.
Dead bodies.
By the way, Thelonious, the only thing that Thelonious wants is the corpse.
The corpse of Vresquez.
Yes.
Fair enough.
So we can make it go. I'm a big bad monster. I'm gonna kill the party.
Me and the Bernies.
You also find a note that on the body, Thelonious, you find this, and whether you share it with the others or not, that's up to you. I imagine Quint would have much interest in this. It is a handwritten note that refers to a fleet of 40 galleys that are under construction in Doraka, which is the capital city in the lands of Ayuz, and documents an Ayuzian plot to wrest control of Whitestill's Lake from King Belvar's control. This could perchance be very important if it were to make its way back south. So, my friends, you have indeed accomplished what you set out to do. Bryn, you guide your companions back to Narim Gol Garam, and with that, we have completed the dead of the Howling Hills.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for playing. I'm really excited that we were able to do this, and I'm glad that you guys all came along for the ride.
Thanks.
Glad I could
Thanks
glad I
for
could
doing
help
it.
out in the combat part of the
You did a great
adventure
job,
there.
Scott. You did a really great we are going to go ahead and raid into Lord Gazumba, who's got Ask the Experts starting right now. But before we do that, I want to give everybody an opportunity to mention who they are, where they can be found. We'll have to do this kind of quick, guys. Let's go ahead and start with Rob.
So yeah, Phantom NJ, you can find me on Twitter at PhantomNJ_DND. You can find me on Wednesday nights, Blue Box RPG on Lore Masters Arcanum, and on Monday nights on Roll for Perception, playing Pathfinder 2E, Outlaws of Alkenstar.
Thanks for being here, Rob. It's just been a pleasure having you. Let's jump over
Thanks,
to
Dave.
Scott, Wiley Hobbit.
Yeah, so Wiley Hobbit on the Twitches and the Twitters, and it's twitch.tv/Wiley Hobbit. We play Greyhawk D&D every other Sunday, usually 1:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight, and I do believe we play next Sunday. So, Carl, yeah. At any rate, yeah, and then I also co-host with Mateus the Greycast podcast. We drop
Fantastic
every other
stuff.
Monday, all pure Greycast content with creators and lore and all that stuff, regions and good stuff. So thanks. This was a blast today, man. I really had a ball. I really want to play Quint some more. Wink, wink.
Well, you might
Hint, hint.
get that wish. We'll just see.
Yeah.
Let's jump over to Docshoulder.
Thanks, Dave. Another really amazing game. Right on. You timed this thing perfectly. So that's great.
Not really.
Honestly, that's amazing DM work for this type of event.
Hard in a one shot. Yeah.
Yeah, kudos.
Thank you. Thank you,
Otherwise, I'll be with Scott and the guys here next weekend, and then depending on if Rob is gonna run Friday Night Crusades this Friday, but we'll see. And
Oh yeah.
sounds like a yes. And so
Oh
we'll
yeah, there
see
will be.
you there. And otherwise, thanks again.
Thank you, Doc. Let's go to Enoch Pratt.
Yeah, I'm Tim, also known as Enoch on Twitch and Discord. I had a really good time today. I also want to continue playing this character at some point. I also think Rob should join us on our every other Tuesday game so we can keep this party rolling, man. Let's find a spot for him, Scott. But yeah, I am a maker of things, a doer of things. Come check me out on Instagram.
Thanks a lot, Tim. Thank you for being willing to be sort of the central character to get this story going. So I appreciate that a lot.
It's a very cool story.
Let's jump over to Chris.
Dave, thanks for running this game. It was an awesome game. I really had a good time doing it. I'm WikiVA on Discord and Twitch. You can find me at Wily Hobbit's Game on every second, fourth, and fifth Sunday, 1:30, as you said. And we'll see you like next Sunday. Come and watch us there.
Thank you so much, man. Just a pleasure to run for you, and I played in Scott's game with you, and it's fun to do more.
This was fun.
Do more imagination stuff with you guys. Carl, thanks for being willing to jump in and
Cool.
hang out in the wings. Hopefully that was a surprise for everybody. But Carl, go ahead and tell us what you're all about and where we can find you.
Thanks, jerk. I mean, Carl.
Yes. Thanks, Dave. This is keeping this under wraps has just been the anticipation's just been killing me all week. This was fun. Yes, I am Carl on Discord. I'm Carnage, both with a K. I am in Wily Hobbit's every other Sunday group where I do not play a wizard and I do not have murderous intent unless it's trolls. This was a lot of fun. Although I will say you were supposed to be softened up a little bit more before you found me, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It could have been so beautiful at TPK.
That would have dropped the party.
Yeah. Of course, you all know me. My name's Dave. I run games, produce games, and play games here on Guild Superior. Really appreciate everybody who came by and all the new people that have joined us. We really appreciate you all. We're going to go ahead and raid into Lord Gazumba here. He's got Ask the Experts going, and we will join you over there. Again, thanks a lot. We really appreciate being part of this awesome community. It is an amazing place to play games. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
See you, everybody.